Good morning, good afternoon. Hi, everyone. Good evening, wherever you are. I don't know what's the time frame there. And I'm very excited to be at the Startup CTO Summit for Glorium Technologies. I'll be hosting today. I'm Randall, and I'll be hosting today. And we'll do a panel discussion at the end of this conference. This is my first conference with the for Startup CTO Summit, and I'm looking forward to hosting it. I'm very excited with the content, comments, etc. And I'm looking forward to the overall event. So we'll start with a quick introductory speech with Dmitriy. To see the lineup, we have a very exciting 8 different speakers. The keynote will start with the Rachit Lohani, and then we'll go to the look at the details of the product app with John Randall, Bentley, the second. And then we're going to look at the maximizing performance and scalability with architectural patterns with Sireesha Chilakamarri. Then we'll go into 10 times tactics for the new engineering organization. Shawn Holmes will be covering that topic. After that, we'll go into Zen and the art of startup management. Tanmay Kayende will be looking at that. Then afterwards, we'll look at the leading and managing technology teams, Greg Salt. And next, I'll be doing the why the tough fight of all. After that, we'll go to Edgar Escobar, how to be how a CTO be part of the strategic decision of your organization, which is an important one. Then after all those great speakers, we'll have all the speakers with us to be able to do a panel discussion talking about specifically on the how to build a team on how to build a team for the as a CTO, and we'll be looking at it from different points of view. There's incredible amount of knowledge and experience comes with these 8 speakers. And I would like to quickly introduce our first introductory speaker, Dmitry Stepanov. And he is a great experienced CTO, and he is very much skilled on a lot of details of it. And he is the founder and co-founder and CTO of Glorium Technologies. Hi, Dmitry.
Good morning, Murat, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I mean, Murat already opened this summit today, and I'm actually very happy to join him to open the summit with him. Well, today we have a lot of brilliant minds and innovative thinkers and technology enthusiasts. Welcome to the CTO Summit, where we come together to celebrate the power of the technology and its impact on our rapidly evolving world. As a chief technology officers, we actually are at the forefront of the digital revolution and to some extent driving the change and shaping the future of with our vision and with our expertise. And especially taking into account that today's world is very interconnected. Technology actually to some extent transcend boundaries and create opportunities and transform industries. And within this event, we actually have an extraordinary blend of talents representing diverse sectors, background, and expertise. And this diversity is not just a coincidence. We made it on purpose because we believe that through the connection of our unique perspectives and insights, the true innovation is born. Especially now, I believe, like literally this year, we navigate. Well, I mean, it usually was, but I mean, I guess this year is a special, at least to some short period of time. We navigate through the era of immense technology disruption, and we must acknowledge, I guess, responsibility that rests upon our shoulders. And you probably, I'm not sure, well, I mean, you probably know that we totally messed up with social media from the technology standpoint, from the legal standpoint, and let's not repeat the same mistake with artificial intelligence. Let us actually do it right this time. And well, with great power comes great responsibility. And we have some obligation to ensure that technology is harnessed ethically, inclusively, and sustainably. And let us use this actually gathering as opportunity to exchange ideas and best practices, empowering each other to drive positive change and make some lasting impact. During this event, you will be hearing from esteemed leaders, industry experts, and pioneers who have paved the way for transformative changes. And their insights and expertises will inspire us, hopefully inspire us, to dream bigger, challenge the status quo, and foster an environment that embraces innovation. To all chief technology officers presenting here today, you are the catalyst of change, and you possess the vision, the knowledge, and the drive to shape the future of technology. Thank you, welcome, and let's enjoy this event together.
Thank you very much, Dmitry. I'm very glad to introduce the next speaker, our keynote speaker, Rachit Lohani. He's an amazing career. Started in Netflix, engineering and infrastructure part of it, very early days, and I'm sure he has a lot of stories to tell in there. Then he moved in the financial institutions type of career into the TurboTax and similar type of financial institutions. Today, he is the CTO of a huge public company and running a product team of 1,500 people. And their organization is growing 30% year over year. And he is looking at how to be an effective CTO. And this is a very important part of it. There's a lot of information. I'm looking forward to hearing from Rachit Lohani.
Can you see me okay? Perfect.
Yeah,
Magic of technology. It always works. Till it does not work. So I'm so glad to be here in front of all of you to talk about the impact, the catalyst of these changes. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to this virtual CTO Summit hosted by Glorium Technologies. And it was good to hear from Dmitry about a key theme, which is driving positive change. That is all what we sign up for, driving positive change through technology. I would like to express my gratitude to Glorium Tech for their unwavering support and for providing us with a perfect platform to gather and discuss the technology trends and challenges in this world of tech. In this rapidly evolving times, staying ahead of the curve is essential for our success. And the role of CTO has never been more crucial. You saw 2023 getting disrupted, first by banks, credit crunch, and now talk of recession. And then the hottest one in the room, ChatGPT, AI, and all these generative technologies. This summit serves as a unique opportunity for CTOs and technical leaders of various industries to come together, exchange knowledge, and explore innovative solutions that can drive their organizations forward. Let me take a moment and talk about Glorium Tech. Glorium Tech has been at the forefront of technical advancements, consistently pushing the boundaries and setting new standards. Their commitment towards excellence and dedication for fostering collaboration within this tech community is truly commendable. By hosting this virtual summit, Glorium has not only showcased their expertise, but also provided a valuable platform for networking and knowledge sharing. Throughout this summit, we have a strong lineup of distinguished speakers, thought leaders, and industry experts who will share their insights and experiences. From discussing emerging technologies to navigating challenges of a digital transformation to talking about product roadmaps, our speakers will equip you with the tools, strategies, and technology knowledge needed to thrive in this world today. So, thank you, Dmitry. Thank you, Andre. Thank you for hosting it. With that, let's get started. All right, let me share my screen. Oh, perfect. It's right there. Okay, so you can someone message me and let me know if you see the right screen? It says role of the CTO, right? All right, perfect. So today, the topic that we'll talk about is how do you define the role of a CTO? It is interesting because there is no articulated job description, and there is a strong reason why. So this talk is focused on the head of X. X could be sales, operations, technology, engineering, infrastructure. We'll focus on the role of the CTO. So to summarize the whole deck, this is the equation. A contour integral of stage and phases is how you define the role of a CTO. Let's deep dive and understand what are these terms. What does it mean to have a stage and a phase of a product or a company? HBR, or Harvard Business Review, or Harvard, did a long-running research where they connected with thousands of SMBs to figure out the stage of the evolution of a product or a company. What they found out was there were certain traits that were unique to these stages, and there were 5 stages of any company. The other interesting part of this research, they focused on small, medium businesses where each of these companies had one product. So the way I process this information is, this is my product life cycle. Every product will go through this life cycle. And if your company has one product, this is what you will experience. But at the same time, we know the reality in the SaaS world, where the expectation from the investor is around perpetual growth, all the companies, or a lot of companies, build an ecosystem versus committing to one product. A good example of that, let's see, we have Atlassian. Atlassian has tools like Jira, Confluence, Bitbucket, Status Page. All these are independent products on their own life cycle, and they focus on one persona. So Atlassian is all about serving developers, and they build different tools, different products to target that persona. And then you have companies like HubSpot. They're in marketing. They have lots of products. I think it's Sales Hub, Marketing Hub, Operations Hub. All these hubs are collection of tools. What they have done is they have, in order for them to expand, they started to target different personas. But all of this is still in B2B business. So their core is they will sell to businesses, but they will target different personas, different buyers when they go out to the market. And then there is third category of the companies like Intuit. Intuit has a TurboTax product, which is B2C. It targets customers so that way you can file your taxes without any hassle, without any pain points. And then you have products like QuickBooks, which is accounting software for small businesses. Intuit, chasing growth, spends time in both the areas, B2B and B2C. All these are SaaS companies, multiple products, and each of the product will go through these stages. So now we have understood what stages are. Let's deep dive and understand how they impact how we see the world. So stages, as we know, stages are the growth maturity of how a product evolves. Each stage has a different focus, and that determines what are the key metrics that the product is after. And I'll also tell you why understanding stage and phase is important for you as a leader. So, 5 stages: you have existence, survival, success, takeoff, and resource maturity. When you are in your existence phase, that means the company or the product is being born. What you're solving for is the vision and the mission of the company. What is that you want your product to do? What are the problems that you will solve? Your key metrics are your burn rate and team health, because you might have limited seed capital. You want to be very deliberate about how you spend that capital. And same thing with your team health. You're hiring people who would be co-founders in this stage because the product is not ready. You're still crafting your vision and mission. So the team, the people you hire, they will have the fingerprints on this product. So you're being very deliberate about what kind of people you attract. Once you get out of that with an MVP, now you are in front of your customers, experimenting a lot, figuring out what resonates with them, what is their pain point, and what do you need to build as an MVP. MVP is minimal viable product, which is a core functionality of the feature set, which is complete enough to get a job done. Key metrics for that phase is your CAC, which is your customer acquisition cost, your LTV, which is customer lifetime value, and MRR. So you're deliberately balancing the cash flow, which is how much are you spending in acquiring customers, how much are they paying you, and then looking at it from month to month basis, because you know the churn would be high. You still have an MVP. Once you get to the next stage, which is success, you unlock success when you hit a product market fit. What does that mean? From a customer perspective, you have a baked product that they like, that they want to use more and more of. So you've hit the jackpot. People know who you are and what you do. The key metrics that you start to look in this phase are utilization. How many people are using the product? They have bought the product, they're paying for it, but how are they utilizing it? The next metric you look at is ARR as NRR and NRRs, which is longer term view of how the money is flowing. Are customers staying with you? If they are staying with you, are they buying more? You buy more when you love something, when you like something. So that those are the key indicators of your resonating success with the customers. The third one is NPS. Are they happy with their services and offerings? As you get closer to the end state of success, you start to see takeoff, which is you're running into scale challenges. Now everyone wants a part of it. Everyone wants to onboard onto your services. They like what you have to offer. Now you're going viral. So now the focus shifts from product market fit towards scale. The conversation would change from utilization to product velocity. It would be like you would get, as a CTO, as a head of engineering or head of technology, you would get questions around how can you move faster? Do we need to hire more people? Do we need to drive more automation? All of these coming from a good place because the product took off and you're in the scaling mode. You'll have a few outages. And this is where good stories are formed when people talk about battle wounds and battle scars. Long nights. This is the phase, which is take off. You focused on optimizing how do I get more and more features out? How do I maintain reliability? And then the similar focus from sales on magic number, which is how much are you spending on your sales and marketing and how many customers are you getting in the door? Once you exit takeoff, which is now you are a household name. Everyone knows who you do, what you do. They like the product that you've built. You've attained a certain market penetration. Now, no more hyper growth, but you start to stabilize and you are a market leader. Then you get into the resource maturity, where the focus is optimization. The conversations or the key metrics would shift from velocity to CapEx, OpEx. What is your revenue to engineering ratio? Where are your teams spending time? How can you get more from the coordination and collaboration? So these are the 5 stages of a product evolution. And now we understand how stages connect with the area of focus and what key metrics drive those conversations. So now let's talk about the next thing, which is growth phase. What's a phase? I describe this as, so all of you have been through colleges and schools. You go through 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade. These grades are stages. And then inside of these grades, you have first semester, second semester, third semester. Those are phases. And in terms of business, product stage is all about business or your product. Product phase is all about people. There are 2 core components for any company. What is your product? Who are your people? Put them together and you exactly know what the game plan is. So very similar to stages, phases are divided into 5 phases, and they are the same, what we saw on the previous slide. And now let's see how to use them. So as we said, stages are about product or your business. Phases are about people. People play a specific role. So let's see what the mappings are. In existence phase, the company or people focus on creativity. You hire more and more people that are creative, people who love ambiguity. They just want a whiteboard and they want to have no constraints and do things. Your role as a chief, in order for the company to be successful, for the product to be successful, will be that of a veteran, where you will start to lay the ground rules, where you will talk about the future, what challenges we will run into, what will the future look like, and why should we be excited. Once you get out of existence, you move into survival. It's more about direction. So with existence, you have set where you want to be. Now with survival, you're creating a path on how to get there. So as a leader, your role now changes. You were laying the ground foundation, and now you're providing frameworks and principles that will help your team think about the direction in the right way. It's also called paved path in Netflix lingo, where you pave a path for everyone to follow and think about it a certain way that will lead to right outcomes. The third one is success. Now, in success phase, you have hit product market fit. You're aggressively hiring people or scaling your business. The focus shifts from direction to delegation. Now you delegate, you empower your leaders, other leaders who are part of your team. Your role shifts towards driving accountability and ownership. You set up those rituals, those meetings, all the conversations that have to be had. That way people feel accountable and they have the ownership of the outcome. And then it's the takeoff stage, where everyone's working hard towards scaling the product. It all is about coordination. Sales working with marketing, working with engineering, working with product. All these orgs have to come together or coordinate to get the product out, to help it scale. Your role in this one is all focused on killing the overhead. Because if you want to scale, you have to be very deliberate about what are people doing. Are they spending time on the right things? Because scaling, remember, is hard. And this is the longest phase for anyone, which is the takeoff. And then you plateau and you stabilize. And then you shift your focus and you become the grown-up in the room. You start to ask hard questions around money, around resources. You start to optimize every little thing. Because you know what? Bottom line or EBITDA matters. So Now we have a good understanding of what is a stage of a business and what is the phase of a business. Now let's talk about how to use them. Oh, so on first slide you saw, we said the role of the CTO is an integral or a counter integration of stage and the phase. So when you walk into an organization, they won't tell you what stage they're in, what phase they're in. It's your job to assess and figure out where is the product, where is the company, and depending on that, your role will change, your expectations will evolve. So now you understand what is phase, what is stage. Now let's talk about the role of the CTO or role of a chief X officer, CXO. There are 5 key pillars to any role. Executive, where you serve the investors, where you serve the board, where you serve the CEO. In this role, you make sure that the people who are giving you money, who are investing in your product, in your vision, in your company, they have clarity, they have a clear roadmap. They know what would the exit look like, what will growth look like. A good way to measure it is from their sentiment. Just have an open conversation with your investors, with your board, and ask them how they're feeling about the future. The second pillar is around people leadership. Building a product or running a business is a team sport. You will be surrounded by a lot of smart people, and it's your job to ensure they are well served. They're happy to be working on this product. They're excited about the future, and they have clarity on what their role is. They feel empowered to do the right things. So that is your role, again, as the CXO. The third one is the innovator. In this particular case, you are the head of technology. So it's your job to make sure you create an environment, you ask the right questions, and serve your customers really well. As a CTO, you could be serving a product org, or the customers directly, or the sales org, depending upon how your organization is structured. But the goal is, as an innovator, you connect with your customers, understand their pain points, and build better products, build better solutions to delight them, to make them happy. The fourth one is around an evangelist. As the face of a department or an organization, it's your job to make sure there is alignment across the board. So if you're the CTO, it's your job to work with the CRO, which is the Chief Revenue Officer, CMO, Chief Marketing Officer, COO, Chief Operations Officer, CFO, the Chief Financial Officer. That way they are aligned. They have visibility into your 6, 12, 24-month roadmap. They understand where you are taking technology or the product or the function that you run, and they are aligned with the outcome. This will help them internalize the message and put a plan accordingly, because we win as a team. And the last one is around being an adept manager. You are very much responsible for budgeting, planning, organization design, all the things that a manager does, all the things that would drive efficiency and effectiveness in the organization. So these are the 5 pillars of your role. All right. So I think I'm at the end of my time, but the overall takeaway of this one, the role of the CTO depends on 2 things: the stage of the company and the phase of your product. It's a union of executive leadership, people leadership, innovator, manager, and an evangelist. So if you want to be successful in any of these roles, the first thing that you do is walk in and ask questions to understand the phase of the company, which is you will look at the maturity level. What are people struggling with? Is there direction? Is there accountability? So once you have determined phase, you know what your role would look like. Same thing you do with stage. You look at different business metrics. You look at the outcome that the company is after, and then you craft a plan keeping that in mind. The outcome of that is a job description that will help you be successful in that role. So when people ask what do CTOs do or what does a CXO do, they one they ask a lot of questions to understand these two things, which is the stage of the company, the phase of the company. Once you have a good understanding of that, you create a plan of action, which is your job description. So this was the session on one of the talk. Next year, or I will write a blog on this one, will be session 2, where we will talk about things like the rule of 3 and 10, and what strategies do people employ to be successful in these roles. And now we can have some Q&A.
Thank you very much, Rachit. This was very interesting and looking at the different stages of the companies. And I'm looking for the audience to start asking questions on that. So with that is, how do you see, what is the maybe a quick question to like, what are the key questions to ask when you are seeing the first time the company or the CXO of that company to understand what stage they're in?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good question. So let's take an example. All right. So we have this fictitious company called XYZ Technologies, right? And we don't know anything about the company. So, and you are appointed as the CTO. You walk in. Few questions that you would ask is, what metrics are you focused on? Where is the product? Show me the product. If they come back and say, oh, we don't have a product yet, but we have raised money, keeping these things in mind, you know they are in the existence phase. They are nascent. They're being born. And this is the phase that I really, really love, because you get to shape the future. You're not scaling something that is already done, but you get to plant the seed, and now you know what the outcome would look like. So if the product does not exist, it's mostly around the vision and this mission, then you are in the existence
Sure.
phase of your existence stage. If the product exists but is changing really, really fast, and you still don't have your marquee customers, you are in your survival phase or stage.
Okay.
So the question you will ask is, who are your top customers? Why are people leaving? What features are resonating? Who are your competition? What's working? What's not working? Because you are in that survival mode. The goal is win that deal. In survival, you're not winning a lot of deals. The goal is to win a few hearts, right? That way you become, that way you have more and more evangelists for your products. The next one is success, where if you walk in fresh and new, you will be showcased this shiny product that people like. You might even have heard of them. The product owners, the product managers, the CEO will talk about how much the product is utilized, the ARR numbers, the NRR numbers. You will start to see more and more maturity in how they show up. Why? They have tasted what success looks like. And if you start to see a lot of stress in the environment, and it's good stress, right? It puts you in that state of flow, you are in scale. If the conversations quickly jump towards, how do we move faster? Oh, that we're not able to keep our product up. We're getting a lot of customer complaints around these areas, or we're leaking too many bugs in production. All of those are symptoms of takeoff or scale. So if you are hearing more and more of that, then you're in that stage. If the questions are around, how do we not spend more money? How do we stabilize the market? How do we cut down on sales and marketing? How do we keep R&D flat? That means you are in resource maturity. This is my least favorite because I don't thrive in that. I usually love bigger teams and I love to grow them. But again, this is a very critical phase for any business, right? Which is where you have like the Apple, Google, most of Amazon are in resource maturity. They're not growing at crazy rate, but they have gotten to a point where they are the big influencers. They influence where where tech goes. So resource maturity is for people who love large scale problems. And similarly, so as said, stages is about business. Now you look at these business metrics, you can figure out what is the product stage. Same thing for product phase. Phase is about you and me. It's about people. What kind of people are working on the product? What is their level of expertise? Mature is usually a wrong word, so let's stick with mature expertise. What level of expertise are they at? If you walk in and you see utter chaos and everything is about being ingenious or creativity, you know it's in existence. It's just being born. The interesting thing about this is you could be in, if you look at the stage of the company, you could be success and just entering success. And when you're entering success, you are redoing your processes. You are in existence phase of stage that is success. So you don't know what success would look like. So as a leader, you would get a lot of questions around, hey, if this takes off, what will happen? Or what are the target customers that we should focus on? What should we build? Because we're getting so many requests. So what your role in that will become that of a veteran, which will be, I've been here, I've done this, and this is how you operate. So you provide more and more guidance. You share more and more stories because people are excited about entering a new phase. They are excited about the future. And it's your job to keep them excited and engaged. The next one is, again, the focus is people. If there are no frameworks, people know what has to be done, but there is no structure. There is chaos. Then you provide direction. And that is how you know, if you walk into it and you ask questions like, how do you build software? Is your SDLC documented? If the answer is no, you know it's getting out of existence into survival mode, where people have a lot of institutional knowledge, which are unwritten rules, but they don't know if everyone agrees to those rules, and no one will write them down because they don't know if those are the right rules or not. So as a leader, when you walk in, that is the first thing you do. You pull the end-on cord and ask people to write things down. You ask them, how do we think about our frameworks? What frameworks will be used? What are the guiding principles? What are the different conflicts that we will run into? When do you escalate? Who do you escalate to? How do you resolve issues? A good question in this would be, if teams are still debating what cloud to go after, that means they're missing a framework. And that would be your job. Your job is to not give them a solution because that is not a scalable part. Your job is to give them a working framework. That means as an IC, as an individual contributor, or as a manager, or as a director, or as a VP, I can run my question through your framework and get an answer. Frameworks are powerful, but that is what you will do in the survival mode. The third one is around success. A lot of teams running, doing their own things. They're not talking to each other, missing deadlines, timelines, and there is this brewing tension. Like, I am feeling stuck. I cannot do this because that team did not deliver. If that is what you're walking into, that means they have touched success and they're growing from it. So you will focus on delegation. You will show them how to delegate. Delegation does not mean this is your job, you do it, and I'm done. Nope. Delegation is driving accountability, ownership with these frameworks and setting them up for success. and then having regular touch points to make sure that the team or the people are on track. The fourth one is around takeoff. If there is a lot of red tape, everyone keeps talking about these meetings, not able to do their job, and you're not seeing good outcomes, you are in the takeoff stage. That means you have a strong product market fit, but people are struggling to scale themselves because we're still in that habit of, I can do it all. But guess what? When you're going to this hyper growth phase, you cannot do it all. So you go back to being command and control because things are not working as they're supposed to. You're having too many outages. When you have outages, you have these big customers who will call you and tell you, if you don't get your act right, I'm going to kill your contract or I'm moving out to a different product. So as a leader, you are under a lot of stress and duress. So what do? You go back to the old habit of command and control, which is, I will tell you what has to be done. You forget that you have provided those frameworks and principles. This is where you have to take a different point of view and figure out, how do you remove red tape from the system? How do you remove those unnecessary meetings? How do you remove those unnecessary questions and inject more and more of automation so your teams feel empowered? Your teams can move faster. There is transparency into the system. And the last one is resource maturity, right? Where it's not your intra team, but your inter teams communicating with each other. If sales is having trouble with product is not working with engineering, then it's your role to be a grown up and start to have those conversations. But this is, if you walk into an organization and ask them, what phase are you in? You will never get a clear answer.
Sure.
It's your job to figure out how do you balance out phase and you can use any terms, right? This is just to provide you with a framework, but the goal is you cannot build an action plan until you know where are you on that maturity curve. Once you have a good understanding of where you are in your stages and phases, it's very easy to put together a plan. And how does this help? I'm pretty sure a lot of you must have heard it. In order for an executive to be effective, it takes about 2 to 5 years. And then you start to see the results. And that is mostly because people don't spend a lot of time in understanding the phase and the stage. There is no clear framework. So you try a few things to get to the right outcomes, which takes time. You can bypass all of that if you're given a clear problem statement. So when you walk into an organization, job number one is to write the problem statement. How do you write that problem statement? By asking these questions, which is, what stage you're in? What metrics are you looking at? Show me your product. Who are your top customers? We'll tell you all about the business because we know stage is all about the business. And then tell me about your people. How do they operate? Talk to a few ICs. And that will give you a clear indication of what is the phase of the company. The other thing to keep in mind, these stages and phases are for products, not for the whole company. And the reason for that is companies can have multiple products. Each product will have its own life cycle. A good example, Google, right? You have Gmail, which is probably on resource optimization, which is resource maturity, level 5. They know exactly what has to be done. They're very clear about their outcomes. Teams know how to operate. They've been doing this for a very long time.
Yeah.
And then you have products like GCP, where they have tasted success, but there is still a lot of chaos in there, right? They've aggressively hired, and I think this last quarter, the recent quarter was the first time where they cracked profit. So
Yes.
they're inching towards takeoff now. They will experience the same thing what Amazon did. The growth is slowing down, but I'm hoping this is all because of the recessionary talks that we're in. But you see now, Google, one company, every product has its own maturity curve.
Sure. How do you keep yourself honest with who you are? Because you are very clear on that. You don't like being in the resource optimization part of the product because that's not what excites you. And it's very important. And I know people who does an amazing job on that phase because they love to optimize and get better of that product. So how do you make sure that you are you're honest to yourself and you know your limitations?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So the interesting thing about a lot of people is we know what we want, but we don't know how to get there, right? CTO is a big title. We all like the title. It comes with a lot of responsibilities, a lot of impact. So we jump at it without understanding what we are signing up for.
Sure.
And no one's hiding anything. The whole system is transparent. But the reality is the role of a CTO evolves really fast with the evolution of the company. That means you cannot write a job description for that role. When you join the company, you write the job description. This is the part that gets missed out. This is the part that gets lost. So once you have these frameworks, you can ask the right questions in your interviews. Be open about it and be clear. Like, hey, I love phase 1, 2, 3, not a fan of 4 or 5. And this is the reason why I can be successful in these areas. If not, I can hire the right people.
All right. Another question coming up is, is from Mahmoud, can the CTO free himself and herself from the daily hardships while day-to-day affairs take up our time?
Yeah. So there is a blog, I think, I don't know if I published or not, but there is a difference in CTO and a VP of engineering. And that also depends upon where are you on your maturity curve. If it's a group of 10 people, then you might not even have an engineering manager. CTO plays the role of an EM. If there are 5 people, you are probably the co-founder and an IC, right?
Yeah.
So it depends upon what is the size of the company. But the role of the CTO, we talked about those 5 pillars. One of them is that of an executive. If you are running a team of 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 people, that pie chart, the exec section becomes like 60, 70%. If you're spending, so one key thing to look at, try this exercise with your calendar today. Look at your calendar. You have those 5 key roles that we talked about, or I can share my screen really quick and show you what those were.
Sure.
That way we don't forget. Share screen. Oh, where did it go? All right, window. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. But go ahead. I mean, just talk about that. That'll be great.
Okay. All right. So we talked about those 5 key roles or 5 key roles, which is executive, people leader, innovator, evangelist, manager.
Yes.
Look at your calendar and tag all of these events. Where are you spending your time?
Yeah.
If you don't like that, figure out how do you change the composition. If you want to spend more time innovating, then hire your engineering manager who would do the managerial part. If you want to be more of an executive, then figure out what do you need to do to free up more and more of time from other sections. Maybe you don't want to be that innovator. Maybe you don't want to spend a lot of time with sales. Then hire someone to do that. But this needs to be a very deliberate decision on how you want to solve it. And it all starts with your calendar. What does your calendar look like? If you're jumping into a lot of calls, that means either you've not hit that resource maturity curve, or you're optimizing for the wrong outcomes. So just look at your calendar, tag all of these events happening on your work schedule, figure out what the composition is. That will give you a good sense of what are you focused on. And if there are things that you don't like, figure out how will you delegate it. A good example would be if you're spending too much time in your day-to-day, maybe you need a VP of engineering who would be inward focused, running the engineering teams. And then you hold that VP of engineering accountable for the outcomes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rachit. And there was a very, I would say, a compliment. Saba is telling that the way you talk and express looks like a Vishen Lakhani. Malaysian entrepreneur. I don't know if you know him or not, but is very, very cool. And this is a very good insights. Thank you very much. And looking forward to following your blogs and getting more insights from you.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for hosting. Right. Take care.
Thank you very much. Hi. Next, we're gonna talk with John Randall. John Randall Bentley is going to talk about the product gap that we're going to serve. And John is another speaker that is going to be is a very impressive background. He's a CTO and CPO and on 10xts as a company, and he's been delivering very much fintech and regtech solutions, regulated securities on blockchains. And he's been very active with all the startups. I'm looking forward to hear from John. Hi, John.
Hey, good morning. Hey, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever your time frame may be. We're in a global world now, so we got people from all over. So I appreciate everybody taking the time to come and listen. Very much enjoyed the keynote speaker and the topic, and I can really say it's reflected my experience in working with startups in various stages, as well as what we used to call a real job back in the day, and other companies that are further along their journey. Today I'm going to be talking about the product gap, and this is something that I've discovered. Get it picked out here. This is something I've encountered in my journey. And have we got the screen yet?
Hey, John. I think you froze, and actually the slide is not showing as good as we like it. So while we are waiting with John, the product gap, I think, is going to be a very interesting chat, and we are looking forward to it. And it's an important part of it. As a CTO, this is one thing that we are constantly looking. What's the product gap? What are we looking at? Here's John is back.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Most of my, I'm from the era of technology when it didn't work. And oh, is my screen sharing? Because I'm looking frozen.
No, it's not sharing at the moment, and it's freezing again. Here it is. The product app is just showing up,
okay.
But your video froze, unfortunately.
That's okay. I'm not, except I got a great look there.
Yeah, it didn't stop somewhere, but unfortunately, we won't see you tap dancing or any of the moves. But
that's
go
all right.
ahead.
Well, let's get going here.
Yeah.
Okay, so the product gap. So I actually started 10xts as a chief technology officer, and I'm one of the founders. But in the last couple of years, and I've lost track over the 5 or 6 years we've been doing it because a startup life. But I switched to the role of chief product officer, and we were able to promote another co-founder to chief technology officer because he was spending most of his time actually focusing on development, and I was trying to help get the product defined. And one of the things I've noticed throughout my career is that there's a statistic that 80% of all, at least IT projects, fail. And they fail because of requirements and problems, and now what I refer to as the product gap and a lack of understanding. So let's get started. Take a look at the typical story of a startup. So there we go. All right. So the startup typically starts with a business person and a technology person. We're going to call them biz and tech. And the business and technology person come together and they want to solve a problem. And this problem, in this case, will be solved with a software product. So they get started in their journey. And the business person is really tasked with understanding the marketplace, understanding what opportunities lie in solving this problem. I have a friend, Ronald Myers, who's an entrepreneur professor, and he likes to say there's no unsolved problems, and this is true. So what we're really looking for is better solutions. So the biz person will typically spend a lot of time focused on this and trying to get insights into, well, how are current solutions, how's this problem currently solved, and what are the opportunities with shortcomings in those solutions? What are people looking for? What are they frustrated by? And excuse me. And then the biz person starts talking to the tech about this, and they start communicating back and forth and getting a really good understanding of what's going on. So at the same time, the technology person is responding back, and they're doing things like they're writing code, but they may be creating a user experience at first to try to describe how we would solve the problem, hitting the main features. They'll be defining some prototypes and then refining those into an MVP to start having this conversation with the market. And the biz person will become involved in getting feedback and those kind of things. So this back and forth conversation is what's creating the product. The product emerges from this, and generally because it's a couple of people, you're talking, I'm showing 2 here, maybe 3 or 4. It works pretty well, and your conversation and the natural interaction is actually helping cover over a gap. And this gap is something you won't see in a very small team. It'll show up in communication, sometimes some conflict and misunderstanding as you try to get alignment. But there is a gap there that they're just able to bridge through this conversation because it's a very tight communication loop. Now, what will happen is that the organization will scale, or some startups don't always start off with this very tight interaction between a tech and a biz person. Sometimes you have some business people that are hiring outside technical help. They're outsourcing. There's a mix of in-house and outsource and things like that. And that's where the gap really starts to show itself. So we go to the more scaled organization. You have a whole group of business people, and the business people are going to go out and do the same kind of thing. They're going to go and find these insights. They're going to go and look at these ideas. They're going to be, generating more and more information, more and more ideas, and they're going to be communicating to the best of their ability to the technology team whose job is to build the product. But generally speaking, the people involved, the biz people, are not product people. They're not product managers. They don't have a lot of background in product. They have a lot of background in sales or business or process even. And so they're doing their best to define this, but the things coming down aren't super actionable. They're not always defined to the level the tech team needs them. And so what they start getting back from the technology team kind of looks like the matrix here, where the encoding works for the program. They're generating code, but it's not always understood. And you start, if you think about when you have more people, when you're dealing with 1 or 2 people building everything, the cycle's a lot faster. You get feedback faster, and you're building a little bit slower. When you multiply the number of people, they're producing more on a regular basis, and you're getting reviews and things like that. But the biz people aren't always giving the feedback you need in the reviews, and you start to have these misses. And the challenge gets to be whenever you're working at this scale, any small misses become bigger and become bigger reworks and things like that. And so you still end up with a product, but you end up with a product that still has a lot of question marks over how do things get done. Some manual workarounds, some maybe misses in how the product fit and things like that. So where do we go from here? Well, let's take a look at a scenario to understand the root of where some of these misses are, so we can understand how to bridge this gap. So we're going to take this is actually an example project, a company I did a thought experiment on around events. I have 4 kids, and so I attend a lot of events, and everybody's taking pictures of these events, and they're all taking the same picture, which I always find interesting because we take digital pictures now and with devices that are connected to a network. So we're taking the same picture when we have something that's infinitely communicatable and infinitely copyable. And it never has made a lot of sense. So I started thinking up, if you were trying to solve this problem, what would be the top line things that you would need to be able to do? So the top line features become pretty simple. So if I'm going to go to we took prom pictures for the dance. So we created an event called Prom Pictures. And for that, we're going to go and we're going to create a QR code so people can scan to join the group to share photos. We're going to be able to take photos and upload them and share them, and people are going to be able to view the photos. So a really tight set of features. Create an event, share pictures, invite people to share, print a QR code for the event to help with the sharing, view pictures from the event. But immediately, if I tell a developer to create an event, there's a lot of stuff to fill in there. Like, what do you need to know to create an event? Are you just creating a date and time and a name? Or do you want a location? Do you want a link to a map? How full does this event need to be? Does it need to write to people's calendars? Things like that to really flesh it out and become really a set of stories that can actually be implemented by a development team. When you talk about uploading pictures, where are you uploading them to? Does this platform provide storage? Is it running on top of an existing album structure, or like a Google Drive or Dropbox, or people using their own file sharing, or is it dedicated and part of that? How are people invited? When you say invite people, are you picking from? Is it on a phone and you're picking from your address book? Are you using SMS? Are you using email? All these kind of things. The QR code. What does it lead to, and what's the experience when I scan and join? How do I authenticate myself further? And then viewing the pictures. How are they accessed? How do people see these things? So you start seeing that what seems like simple high-level feature requirements need more definition to make them actionable. And then there's also the tendency to focus on these very high-level bullet points of the most typical journey of creating an event, sharing, scanning a QR, taking a picture, those type of things is the main journey. But there's more to build. The software needs more than that to operate. So we get some other features that are typical but aren't always expressed. Or let's go, before we get to that, let's talk a little bit more about the QR code. And these are some misses that could happen with the QR code. So it's pretty easy. There's libraries to go create a URL into a QR code for free. It's easy to do. There's websites for it. But with a QR code, does it just show up on the screen? If you want to save the QR code, if it was on a web page, you could right click and save image, but that's not very user friendly. So do you need a save button? Do you need a share button to send it to people? What are the different ways you're going to deal with this QR code? So this is where you tell to display a QR code. The development team may just simply render a desktop display, and they're asked, well, how do you get it? They're like, well, you can snap the desktop and deal with it there, or you could copy and paste the image. But it's not real clear what's going to go on with that, and that could create some confusion in the marketplace. Another place that things get missed is where there's lots of options or ways to do something. That's like a gallery. How are you going to show the photos? There's lots of ways to show photos. You could do a slideshow that shows all the photos. If they're not real organized, they may not be really useful, and it's very time consuming to watch. You could show a list of photos with those horrible generated names that make it hard to understand what they are. A more typical one, you might go with the thumbnail gallery, where you can go through and page it, which creates a nice user experience, using some real estate. Or you might just show thumbnails that bring up the screen in a different way. So there's lots of ways to do this, and there's lots of gray area for the development team to pull in. And so as a CTO, this is where you're really challenged, in that you're getting these product requirements. They're very high level, and you're having to help fill in these gaps to guide the development team and work back with the business team to pull them together, so there's not these misses. And then there's the other requirements that people don't think about for a product, that aren't thinking through the whole experience. So we said before, you're going to create an event, share the event, share photos and things like that. Well, someone's got to sign up for the initial account. Sign up is a process that needs to be defined, and what do you require to do it? Is it email? Is it SMS? Are you phone oriented or computer oriented, or some combination between the two? Are you, what's your subscription plans and payments look like? Is there a free tier, or is it always paid? And who pays? Is it just the person that sets it up, or is it participants, and those kind of things? What about the deleting a picture? What if someone uploads a picture and then they decide they don't want to share it? What if they do it from their camera roll and grab the wrong picture and need to delete it, right? What if it's inappropriate? Those kind of things. You have to delete a picture, and then an event needs to be closed out. So how do people know the event's done and you stop receiving new pictures? And then when you're inviting people, a lot of times, we're told to go invite a person. So doing stuff in bulk is a lot different than doing stuff single. So if you've ever used a early web system, my mother used to hate the move from my mom. My mom was a DOS aficionado, and she loved the data entry screens and things on the database and on the mainframe, and was very good and adept at doing mass entry. When she moved to windowing systems, she called it the tyranny of clicks, and it took forever to do anything. Web systems have been like this too, where you're adding someone in when it creates a form, or doing one at a time is a necessary function often. But when you do 30 or 40, it gets to be very tedious. So these are the kind of things that aren't thought about in that main path. And so this is where you do a first build, and a lot of times on the business side, they don't articulate this, but they're assuming you think of it. And so you need to drive these things out so the product gap gets built. Otherwise, you have this gap of features and experience. And experience is an important aspect of this. When we get to talking about really what is a product, and this concept is one that I think also leads to a lot of the misses that happen, is people think about a software product as being the user interface. It may be a little bit more into the user experience, but they're thinking about the components they really direct. And when you get the MVP, it's a lot about the UI, and you really focus on the headlining features. So you're really looking at just, how do I create an event? How do I share a photo? These very in your face type of features and notifications and things you're interacting with. And they're not always thinking about some of the other things that need to happen with the system, especially a more complex one. In addition to just the base user interaction, a lot of times we have some type of upload or download. And these uploads could be like a single picture, could be a group of pictures, and a different kind of application. It could be uploading a list of users, could be uploading a list of people to invite, like an import. So you have these bulk ads and bulk updates that a lot of times happen with uploads. Same thing with download. Do you download all the photos in a zip? Are you able to export your records and data? Are you able to move data around, things like that? So you get these more batch processes. Systems also need scheduled tasks. So if you're going to send out reminders, if you're going to run things on a regular basis, you start getting the need for scheduling things. I started my career doing a bit of batch programming, and while we don't think about it as much, batch is still very much alive with scheduled jobs. And then you have notifications, sending out text and emails. How do you make things proactive? One of the big things that helped the web early on was blogs. And the idea of a blog was something you didn't have to go back and manually poll to go find updates. So people are expecting notification systems, but they're not usually a front of mind thought when you're thinking about that first interaction with the user interface and getting into it. And then the product is not just the software. I think this is probably the biggest challenge in building a product organization in a startup is the assumption is that everything the customer needs to do is through the software. But there's all kinds, but the product is the product experience. It's everything the customer will do to interact with the product and company. That starts with the sales process. How does someone even learn how this product will meet their needs? Now, yes, there's some sales and marketing material, but the need to have demo, trials, these kind of things become product requirements. And where that interface is with the sales process and product, you got to think about how that experience is. And then on top of that, there's how do you get started? A lot of times when I'm evaluating software to use for one of my startups, I spend a lot of time on their help site and they're getting started. And like I'll tell you, I think videos are very helpful, but I don't like videos. So if your product doesn't have a text version of how to do something and get started that I can read and skim, or like a transcript from the video, I won't buy your product. So those are kind of experience issues of how do people learn how to use the product, because that is part of the product experience. And that's how you're setting them up for success. What's the onboarding process? A simpler application like sharing pictures, you come on and, maybe you have to bring some people on for the event and things like that. And it's very much transaction based. A more complex B2B solution, in our case, in 10XTS, we're setting up and showing issuances of securities. We're recording the historical transactions. We're uploading documents to go with it. So onboarding for us is like a 30-day process of getting information in the right format and getting it in and helping the customers with that. And from a product standpoint, the ability to generate and explain how to fill out a spreadsheet or a CSV to upload for this bulk update and make it easy, those are key parts of our product because those are early parts of the product experience. In the early stage, you don't have as much UI for that. It's more manual, and you start building out the tools, but you have to work with customers to learn how to even do that. So this onboarding process is a key part of the product experience that's often missed. And then there's support. Do you provide 24-hour support? What's your interactive support look like? What's your support tools look like? Is there a knowledge base? How do I help myself? Hands-on, a white glove is great, but people are in a hurry, and so they will need they will want to be able to help themselves and not be tied to a phone. New ideas. How do you engage with customers to generate what your next features need to be? What do you offer custom features? These again are part of the product and product experience and start dictating how you build things. How do you deal with integrations and so forth? So you want to make sure those kind of things are addressed. And then also you have to understand what your exit is. People, if people have photos for an event, they'll want to know they can download them all and walk away with them without having to be tied to your service. Companies do change financial service providers, CRMs, and things like that. So you need to know how people get their data back out. Because if you don't have an exit strategy for your customers, they won't want to enter. People are very wary of having their data held hostage by systems. And in all of these, the CTO and the CTO's team are involved in these discussions. But early on, you have to establish that these are not just technology functions. These are people and process. These are tools that have to be written. The people that write code, especially deep in the product, are generally not the people that are best to address customer issues because they're really thinking about how the system operates at its most fundamental level. not what it's like to walk up to the system cold and do it. So you've got to expand that team and understand how to fill those in. So to help think about meeting the product gap, kind of the summary of things to consider. When you think about your product, the UI comes up, but also be thinking about the other types of processes, importing or bulk add and update, exporting, bulk download. How are you going to handle notifications, proactive events like scheduled jobs? What's your API and integration is going to be like? You may not be putting these up front, but you need to understand where your strategy will be. Do you employ something like Zapier? What is your API going to look like? Your API is not going to be the services you provide to your UI. There's a different kind of gateway to that for security and performance reasons. And then from a customer success standpoint, these are big parts of the product of what's the sales process. When do the sales start engaging with the product to get a customer familiar with it so they'll want to make the purchase decision? How does the customer get started? How do they onboard? What's your integration strategy? What's your support look like? And then what does exiting look like? And this is a combination of product features, but the product experience is expanding out to help sites and knowledge bases and videos and text and the different things that you'll need to create a complete product experience as your product goes from MVP to a full platform. And that is the product gap. Let's see if I can get my video to come back.
You are back.
Oh, good.
Yeah, you're back. So this is very interesting.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I was a little nervous. I was just talking to myself there for a while, but
yeah, no, it looked good. It didn't have any problems during the presentation, and your videos playing nicely. I'm always worried about it, how it's gonna freeze as well. So I see that. What was it really for you to change from CTO to CPO? I'm sure you didn't, get rid of all your responsibilities as a CTO. What was the main need for it that you've seen, since it's your company, you're the founder of it?
Well, I mean, it was really a discussion with the CEO, and it was the recognition of the fact that I was spending more than half my time on product definition. Now, I'm actually helping write code still, so I'm still very much on the technology side. But
Okay.
early on, I identified from past experience we were going to need a product management function, and it was going to need to get built out with the company. So we started off with what I call the Office of Product, which was this idea that the CEO and I and a few other key people together were providing that product management function as a virtual group together. And then we just kept maturing, and it was just decided to recognize I'm the product person. One of the other challenges we had was that a lot of us have come from project development and service development in the industry. And so there is a tendency to start migrating towards custom solutions and custom features and things. And so I became known as the product advocate. And I was always talking about the product and repeatability, and that, we start looking too hard at one customer and not balancing the needs of a market, we're going to end up with a bunch of small custom solutions, not a product. And I was pretty dogmatic about it. So they just, I was acting like the high priest of product, so they made me the high priest of product.
Yeah, no, this is great. And there's a comment from the LinkedIn side of things. I suggest at the left side of the product checklist, the invisible but important part, which is product performance. And is a comment talking about the product performance is quite important for the overall performance and the quality of the product.
Yeah, performance is a real interesting life cycle issue. So I've worked with some early stage startups when they're first doing their MVPs, and it's really setting what the expectation is. So I'll launch a product where the product has no automation for a piece of it, but it will have a submission process, and you'll be notified and go back and get the result. And people will actually be using offline tools to go do it and bring it back the result. But as long as you're setting the expectation that it's a 24-hour process, you can actually create an experience that starts telling what future automation will look like. So I think that's really a key to performance is setting that expectation. There's a lot of things. I mean, there's security and a lot of things I don't put on the product list from a technology standpoint, because honestly, technical people are good, just like the person that suggested that, of thinking about performance on those issues. I would say that, especially early on, it's more important to create good expectations and known performance. And then sometimes you'll just run things slower so you can get a little more done or have features that aren't quite ready. And it's always easier to say it'll be done in a day and have it typically finish in 4 hours than it is to say it'll finish in an hour and it take 4 hours.
Yeah. Thank you very much, John. This was a great insight to the product and product development and how to make the product a visible thing. It's great because quite a lot of times we talk about technologies, but we need to talk the product and what are the stages. I really appreciate your time and looking forward to see you in the panel.
All right, thanks. Looking forward to it.
Yeah. Hello, and we are gonna move to Sireesha now. And Sireesha is going to talk about maximizing performance and scalability with architectural patterns, which is a good lineup from the previous speaker and the previous comments that's been put in there. And she's in the Forbes Technology Council and hands-on coding CTO in there, CTO at Media. So a lot of CTO experiences. Welcome, Sireesha, and looking forward to hearing your insights.
Hi, good morning to all of you. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, loud and clear, and your video is very good.
Awesome. Yeah, it's a nice bright day. We've had a lot of overcast last week. So thank you so much for having me over. I'm so excited and psyched to speak about my favorite subject. So shall we begin?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, let me share my screen. Right. So 1 second. Okay, so I'm here to speak about how to build a good technology, not just for solving just problems that happen that you incur at this moment, but for building something solid for tomorrow. So how do you do that? You do that by picking a good architecture. One size never fits everyone, so you have to pick what suits your application and the product you're building. I'm here to speak about a quick refresher on some basic patterns. Because we have all sorts of talent in our audience, I want to give a refresher on different patterns we have, and then I have a small quiz towards the end, and then we would do some Q&A. Okay, so I'll talk about different patterns, some real-world examples, and then we can discuss back and forth. So I am Sireesha. I have over 17 years of experience in software engineering. I started by being a basic junior developer and worked my way up to be a software architect. and currently the CTO for an advertising company called Ad Media. So if you've ever clicked on a Macy's or a Kohl's or a State Farm or any other big retail ad on different websites, thank you so much for giving me your money. I'm so grateful to be working in ad tech. It's a very exciting industry, and I'm very happy to chat more about it outside of this presentation. Let me talk about why we need to discuss this subject at all. It's a startup CTO summit. I can talk about what it takes to become a CTO, or how to keep your team healthy and what a day-to-day life of CTO can be. But I chose this topic because I have a story. Are you ready? So there was this one beautiful Christmas holidays time in one of the past years. We are all wrapping to chill and take a break, stop all the releases, pause everything. It's that time of the year, right? It's the season. So it was a time where the company slowed down, and everything was going to pause and take a break. I had this extra hot latte in my hand. I walked into office. Where I live, it doesn't really snow, but it was still beautiful outside. We still had a little bit of fall colors, nice breeze, and it was just awesome holiday spirit. So I walk into the office and I saw some of our big enterprise customers and clients started sending complaints that some of their ad traffic was being compromised. It's dropping, it's not being served, and my heart just sank. I was warm. I was feeling warm in my sweater, holding my coffee and settling down in my chair. But suddenly, my extra hot latte felt so cold. As I kept sipping it, I stopped it. Everything outside that looked cold looked like a hot summer day. I was sweating. I didn't know where things went wrong because all the unit tests checked out, all the production code checked out, everything looks fine when we test. What's going on out of nowhere? So eventually, good news being we figured out the issue. It was one of the big pictures we forgot to consider in the architecture decision that we were making. Things were a little bit slowed down as it was scaling. When we had our own search engine, we have our own advertising search engine that does a real-time bidding to show ads. So it was slowing down as the number of queries and the complicated phrases and terms kept coming in to get ads back. So now, in my world, in ad tech world, every minute or every second we make or lose money. It's that important, and it's the holiday season. People are shopping online, right? Clicking on the ads. So it was a good news being we were able to fix it very quickly over a time period of a weekend. I don't think anybody in my team would ever forget that weekend. It was both exciting, satisfying, and also a good lesson. For a second, we all thought we failed, but there is no such thing as a failure, right? In life, you learn from this experience and apply. And that is when I figured it's very important. It's one thing that when you become a CTO, you understand, you go through different problem solving in technology. No architecture pattern is one solution to all problems. Not all the sexiest tools out there in the market are for you. Sometimes whatever is with you in house, you just have to tune it and make it work, right? So having said that, let's move on. I want to talk about a few architecture patterns. So this is very, very old but still going strong. It's called a layered architecture pattern. It's, as the name suggests, and as delicious as the cake that you see on the screen. It has different layers, as you can see: DB layer, persistent business, presentation, blah, blah, blah. The best example is perhaps the most widely used email client, Gmail. So Gmail is still using a layered architecture and going strong. I can't think of my life without a Gmail right now. So we all use it every day. Some people think some patterns are outdated. Not at all. I'm here to burst those kind of myths. So layered architecture. Why do they use this? It's because it's very easy to maintain. Like Gmail, they have one layer to interact with users, another layer to render emails in different languages depending on international language setting. One layer that takes care of scheduling emails if they set to be sent differently, another layer to undo emails within a time frame. I can notice that you can undo your sent email within a few seconds, right? All those things. So it's worth mentioning that it's easy to maintain. Obviously, we know as a proof that Gmail is a good application. It's pretty flexible. You can keep on adding layers, and they all cross communicate with each other. And it's a very perfect example to explain this. Then let's move on to the next one, most popular, right? Microservices architecture. It's nothing but it looks like a food court. So you've ever, I'm sure all of you must have been to a mall or a food court open, where you have all this variety of restaurants that you can go and pick and choose what you want to. So they can all independently grow. That is the biggest advantage. They can independently scale and independently offer different varieties. All you have to do is hook to that service and grab the information that you need, right? And they're all very independently maintained, like similar to in our technology, independently developed, deployed, scaled. You can have you can have 5 McDonald's in the same food court, if you will. And then it's also fault isolation. If there's ice cream machine broken in a McDonald's, in one of them, perhaps the other one can have it, or there's a competitor like a gelato service next to it that you can go to and have yourself your treat. So this is the next variety. And we have a lot of examples in the real world. Uber, right? Uber is using microservices architecture. It's a very well-known. So they have independently launched like Uber Eats, Uber Drive, cab services, and they have also acquired Postmates in 2021. So that is a different service that you can hook and integrate with for authentication with the same login and use that service, so on and so forth. And then you have another, and my personal favorite, event driven architecture. So real time experience that you get on your mobile device, all these applications that you interact with, Uber or streaming services, all these things, these are made possible because of event driven architecture. Let me explain a little bit, because this is my favorite pattern. I want to spend an extra and give time and show some love to this. You have, basically, it is somewhat like very much like supposing I have a YouTube channel and you are viewers and you want to you subscribe to my channel to consume my content. Pretty much that's it. I have produced content, you are the consumer, and you subscribe to my channel or my to be notified when I publish YouTube videos, so you can watch them. So same thing, it is very similar to how you can when I publish content, you can imagine it would go into some kind of a queue that and then you as a subscriber, because you subscribe to my system, to my YouTube channel, you get a notification that there is a new video that released last night. Hey, do you want to see it? So it is very similar to a payload. You can assume like your baggage would be on the carousel in the airport, right? Like how they throw all the baggage for you to go and pick up. So assuming that you pick up your own baggage or not somebody else's. And the baggage is always waiting for you to get picked up, right? So the payload is very similar to that concept in this architecture. So many examples of event driven architecture. Uber again, you can use your desktop and mobile phone and tablet to see where the driver is, how far they are away, or you can share that information with somebody you trust. When you get in a ride, they would know your whereabouts, that you are still halfway to your destination, whatnot. So it's loosely coupled, right? It's very easy. You have several producers and several consumers. They're all loosely coupled. Producers keep throwing information in an event broker, and the broker has all these topics or channels like YouTube channel, like subscribing to it. Consumers go ahead and subscribe to the topic to consume that information. So it's not tightly coupled like a layered architecture and other patterns, very loosely coupled, and you can have several event consumers. Another very good example of this is an e-commerce website. So if you go to any like Macy's.com, let me take example of the client I work, the advertiser we work with. So Macy's.com, you can do online shopping, right? You pick a dress or shoe and all that. You put it in the checkout and you go check out and pay the money. You check it out. Then there can be several consumers to be notified of this event, and then like logistics, like shipping, like email services. So somebody made a purchase of this dress, then logistics will get an event information. This dress belonging to this category, it has reduced by amount of one, so it will update its inventory. And perhaps email will go out, right? That is another consumer. It gets a notification that, hey, this customer with this email address has made a purchase, and it sends an email out saying, thank you for your purchase, here is your order, here is where you can track, blah blah blah. You get all those emails, so on and so forth. So you can see how it is extensible, right? You can add as many consumers as you can to scale it, like logistics, email, inventory, so on and so forth. Let's move on. And finally, something that none of the previous architecture patterns cannot work is cache and load balancing. Every system needs a caching and load balancing as you scale. It's pretty much like a snack, similar to how we keep snacking all day and pick your own snack kind of a thing. You have so many caching mechanisms with different eviction policies, or you can even design your one top level. You can try to evict something that is oldest in the system or least used or random, whatever. You can define your own caching, and then you have load balancing. Without load balancing is like a good sports team, right? So it will fully the idea of using a load balancer is to make sure your traffic and your network and your product will never collapse, and it is nicely load balanced across different buckets when traffic navigates from different locations. A very easy example to this is geographical. So in geographical traffic, right, like google.com, you have users from all over the world visiting the website. So you need to make sure that it is properly load balanced. Somebody sitting in Asia will not hit a data center for Google in United States. Google has a data center in several Asian locations, so it picks the nearest one, so the latency is reduced. So this is some of the patterns I explained about. I want to know from you in chat to guess what these kind of blueprints are used. Like Netflix, we stream videos from Netflix. Can you guess what kind of blueprint it's probably using? Is it microservices, event driven, etc.? Same thing with Amazon and then Twitter. I want to see your comments so I can help you by answering the questions. So what do you think Netflix might be using? Murat, can you guess?
Probably layered architecture.
It's probably a combination. I think
it's always a combination with large companies like that,
Yeah, of course. So Netflix, one second. For some reason, I'm blanking out myself. Right. Netflix is using microservices.
Yes. Microservices is, yeah.
And Twitter is event driven, obviously. Right.
Yes.
Somebody fires a tweet, it needs to show if it is public. And Amazon is load balancing because they have millions of requests coming through all the time. So
and in the large companies, and somebody just commented as well, Amazon being microservices as well, it's obviously there are going to be different parts of the area is going to use different patterns in there. So what do you think? Like, how is the CTO is going to balance between different patterns and practices out there?
Yeah, so this is where I want to get in, and I think this should also help answer my response right now to Nick. You also asked, it's kind of together. I want to club it. Do you think CTO needs to hear what a layered architecture is? I understand you would be surprised. A lot of CTOs out there, or a lot of people in charge of engineering, may not 100% be hands-on.
Agree.
So they might follow what's going on in the news and pick that without proper evaluation. And I think that's a mistake. And that is exactly why I went through these details in the presentation to give some backdrop, to give some insights into different patterns. Sometimes, like I said, microservices is not for every organization. Sometimes you can get job done with layered architecture. So it's very important for people in leadership positions, VPs, managers, to understand these patterns to see what fits their bill. Not everybody might need a event driven architecture. These are all expensive architecture the tools that comprise to make these things work are very expensive. Do you really need to spend all the money on all the tools just because everybody else might be using it? No, I disagree with that approach. Case in point is there was an instance in house where we had to do a full text search against a database. And immediately some of the folks, like, they want to use Elasticsearch, this and that. But it might work for e-commerce website kind of applications, but we were looking for something that is not e-commerce. We were looking for quickly responding with some minimalistic payload text ads very quickly within some latency limits we have. So that's how the real-time bidding works in ad tech. When you see a website, when the website loads, they're auctioning the real estate spots on the side. So we have to respond very quickly in micro milliseconds. And in which case, we can't afford the delay that an Elasticsearch might even take. So this is why I think people need to be aware of all the architecture patterns.
No, totally agree. It's one of the things I think as a CTO, quite a lot of things that you might be very familiar with this different patterns and practices, but quite a lot of the CTOs are overwhelmed with the day-to-day stuff. We first mentioned earlier is how to survive and keep it up. It's great to remind even the basic patterns and practices that's been forgotten on the day-to-day stuff, unfortunately.
Yes, I also think that CTOs should get their hands dirty, and that is I think the ultimate way to know a system in and out, because when push comes to shove, they should be able to roll up their sleeves and get to work. I think a reason somebody would become a CTO is not because they just are able to order people around, but also to be able to do something hands-on that the other company leaders may not be able to do. So,
I have a quick question. So obviously you're big, and one of the things that we are looking at this summit as well. How do you leverage other people? Like, who are the people that that you choose to leverage?
Leverage for what?
For your day-to-day job.
Yes. So when I hire people, I don't ask them to solve a binary search tree. I don't do that. That is useless for me. Okay. I hire people who have problem solving skill sets. They may not be the best coders. That's fine. I look for people who have that fire in the belly to solve a problem, because that's the only way that's the only way people can think, I feel, on their feet, and fit right in to make the team stronger. And
Okay.
that is where we are more selective in, and that is all. I very much like that kind of style and approach.
That's great.
Sorry.
So what type of resources do you use to keep up with all the patterns and practices that's coming up in the industry?
I keep looking at system designs of various products. So, for example, right now I'm trying to understand the system design and architecture of OpenAI. I may not be building an OpenAI myself, but it's important to understand their way of approaching the problem. The
Yes.
same, in same say, there are many AI tools out there. They all must be approaching differently. So it's important to understand how they are solving the same problem differently. So I subscribe to some system design educational videos. There's so many people out there, so I keep track. I try to keep up to the trends that way. I also
Yeah.
actively have my team members listen to them a lot. I give them a chance to solve the problem before I finally decide what solution we might take.
Thank you very much, Sireesha, and it was very useful to be able to overview of patterns and practices and be able to see how people are actually utilizing it.
Yes.
And from the first-hand experience, I love the idea that you said your hands needs to be dirty, and I totally agree with you. And thank you very much for your talk. And looking forward to see you in the panel discussion.
Thank you all so much. You're all awesome that you listened to me today. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Next is going to be Shawn Holmes, and he's going to talk about the tactics for the new engineering organization. This is a very interesting, considering that it's coming from Shawn. Shawn has a 10x developer. That's his nickname, and title is given by his peers. Means that he is one of the amazing producers of coding and architectures. And he's been doing in different industries, a lot of different startups. I'm looking forward to hearing from Shawn his point of view. Hi, Shawn. How are you?
Hey, Murat. Good. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you and see you
Awesome.
very nicely.
Awesome. Great to chat with you this morning. Looking forward to this.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun. And we're looking forward to your content.
Right.
Are you going to share on the screen? And
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I've got a quick presentation. We'll share on the
Okay.
screen, and then we'll leave some time at the end for some Q&A if we've got some time for that. Let's go here. And, okay. All right. Let's see. All right. Let me know if you can see that.
See it.
Can you see okay?
Yes.
All right. Excellent. Okay, let's get started. So, just as a reminder to everyone, my name is Shawn Holmes. I'm the CTO of Rapmate. We are a tech startup in the Denver, Colorado area, and we're focused on building the world's first nationwide vehicle customization platform. So, because of the startup nature of the biz, we've got some of those startup challenges, and we've come away with some great learnings over the past few years, and I hope to pour some of those into today's presentation, which is 10x Tactics for the new engineering org. And as Mira had mentioned, my history is that I came from a software development background, spent 17 years in the biz building web applications across various verticals, and then was given an opportunity to kind of move into management and leadership around about 2014. And so the challenge there was taking what I had learned being a 10x developer and kind of translating that into, well, what does 10x leadership look like? So we're going to talk about a few of those tactics today. I'll share a few tidbits with you all, and then we'll leave it for, we'll open up QA at the end. So let's get started. So really, why are we talking about this? What's the purpose of even wanting to focus in on 10x leadership? Well, priorities and constraints have changed, right? We've seen this with large orgs. Hiring as a form of competition has just resulted in this glut of companies with way too many developers, and now they're laying them off, which is not a great thing. It's kind of reminiscent of the dot-com bust. It was almost like all of these companies like pets.com, et cetera, just rushing to head to IPO and didn't even have sound business plans at the time. And these orgs have kind of lost the focus of what it means to run a successful business, right? So as a result of this changing landscape, we're seeing now that disruptors can't just throw money at problems, because there isn't a lot of money available to throw it at these problems. And incumbents, these established companies, they're not going to just become more efficient in this new landscape by just willing it into existence. They're going to need to have real tactics at hand to be able to make this become a reality. So what exactly has changed? Well, it's really just been this perfect storm of things that have all kind of come to fruition over the last several years, right? We've seen these large companies, right, have played their hand, their loyalty hand, right? They've kind of made their employee base invest heavily in themselves and make it their identity, only to turn right around and then lay them off without so much as a one-on-one interview. So they've kind of started to build a lot of distrust and grind away some of this, grind into developers this cynicism, which is going to make it challenging to hire, right? So that's going to be something that we face. There are all these competing return to office mandates, right? We're seeing from both sides, aggressive pushes to bring people back into the office, and also, because of that cynicism, that friction, right, with the developers, a resistance to want to return to the office, right? And COVID, I think, was kind of the watershed moment there, where we were all forced, everyone outside of tech was forced to work from home, proved that it could be done, and now suddenly these businesses are forcing these people back, and so it's almost like the jig is up. Right? We know we can do our jobs remotely, so what's going on here? And it's a nuanced problem. It is a problem of remote management is tough. It requires a different skill set, just like it requires two different skill sets to interview for a tech job and then actually do the tech job. So that's a thing that's changed. The crash of crypto, this is something that continues to plague the industry, and now this incoming wave of the death of the metaverse is really souring the investment landscape. So on that previous slide I just talked about, where startups formerly could be growth at all costs and throw money at problems, well, that money is drying up. Investors are being a lot more conservative in where they gamble, right? And where they put their investment dollars to try to get some kind of a return, right? They want to be a little bit more thoughtful about their risk assessment. And now we have the rise of AI, right? The AI buzzwords are kind of causing combinations of bursts of innovation and also panic. And a lot of the panic, I think, in the media is perhaps misrepresented. There are real issues that will come with AI, but it's not a lot of what is being reported on. There are bigger issues. It's less about Skynet, and it's more about fixing code that will be written by AI. So that's a kind of a very high level assessment of these things. So all of these things that have changed over the last few years have really shifted the landscape for us as engineering leaders to try to figure out, well, how are we supposed to navigate this? Well, how we navigate it is we stay focused on the essentials, right? We need to be sure to establish positive tech-focused cultures that rebuild trust with employees, right? How we do that is we spend time and care with hiring, and we make sure that we have systems in place to support remote work or hybrid work, and where possible, ensure that there is some central location that teams can coalesce at and have team building, and there is a necessity for humans to interact face to face at times, but it's important for us to be transparent about why that is, right? We don't want people to become isolated and worn down in that isolation. So a good phrase that I like to repeat at RapMate is, plan in person, execute remotely. So it's a fair trade-off where the broad majority of that work is done remotely because it can be done remotely. So reestablish trust with employees, be transparent about things like return to office mandates, or where possible, eliminate them. Work with employees, right? We have seen now that people can do their jobs from home, so let them, and put the onus on us to support them and figure out what skills and tools we need to be able to manage them effectively from a remote perspective. Which is really that second bullet, right? Learning and developing those skills. So this means spending time researching and may even require additional management training on what changes when you're in a remote situation. And the primary bullet of that is simply, erring on the side of an asynchronous communication style. That culture of, we can ask questions whenever, and we shouldn't expect answers immediately, but we will get answers eventually. And then making sure that that's the kind of the culture that we support, and that loop that we close. So for example, I have a team, my development team, I will ask questions with them often in Slack, but if they don't respond right away, it's not a reflection of suddenly lost trust in them, or they're not doing their job. They're likely focused on a hard problem right now. They're probably coding on something, but they will get back to me when they need to. And developing and supporting that culture is vitally important. Also choosing the right tools for the right job, right? There's been a lot of waste, I think, as well in these last few years, where people have just, because of the excess dollars and spend and hiring, they've kind of just thrown money at a lot of different tools that there's a lot of crossover. There's a lot of functionality that is in multiple products, SaaS products, for example, but there hasn't really been a lot of discipline in deciding which tool really should be focused on. So choosing the right tools and making sure that they are the best tools for the right job that you're doing, without wasting too much excess money on duplicity, and taking much greater care in hiring, right? Maintaining the culture that you have is super important. It's vitally important. So if that means slowing down and being a little bit more thoughtful in how you write your job postings, how you interview, what questions you ask, whether or not you are vetting those candidates for code. Do you have a pre-screening process? Are you yourself personally invested in the interviewing, or are you delegating that? I think it's vitally important that if you have an openness in your culture and a growth-focused mentality, it's vitally important that you maintain that. And one wrong hire could certainly send that south. So it's important to put energy into that. And really, finally, the adoption of automation and/or AI to streamline your internal operations is vitally important. Now, we do see now with the rise of AI, a lot of companies are going, hey, we've got Chat GPT for X or for Y or for Z. And these are customer-facing products that really simply rely on Chat GPT, which I don't know necessarily is the best use of that spend, where internal operations could potentially benefit much more greatly from implementations. And it doesn't all have to be AI. There are great automation tools out there. Several sessions earlier, someone had mentioned Zapier. We have used Zapier in the past. We've used Pipedream in the past. These tools are essentials. I think they are a very cost-effective way to implement complex business rules fast. So, want to talk about some 10x leadership tactics? Here's a few. These are some keys that I think will move your particular org measurably forward if you adopt these. So, number one is to invest and measure your DORA metrics. Right? So these are DevOps metrics that are super important to, they represent an org that is a high performance org. So we're talking about metrics like lead time, deployment frequency, your change failure rate. These kinds of metrics are vital. As an engineering org that falls under the purview of technology, software quality is your North Star. So those DORA metrics are the ones you're going to want to focus on first and foremost. So, and that's just simply a fundamental right there. The 0 to 1 coupled with the 80-20 mentality can provide extraordinary value delivery. So quick little sidebar on this. So 0 to 1, the mentality there is simply, we have a problem and we need a solution. What is that MVP? What is absolutely necessary to get us from nothing to something, rather than spend costly hours, engineering hours, product hours, design hours on a truly polished solution. You'll get there, right? You'll get to a polished solution. That's not what your focus should be when going from 0 to 1. It should be getting out a minimum viable product, the key pieces of functionality that solve a particular problem. So keep asking yourself that, what problem are you solving? And then the 80-20 mentality, which hopefully most, or if not all of the leaders in the summit should be aware of, is that common statistic, right, that we see in nature, right? 80% of the work goes to 20% of the customers, or 80% of the testing goes to 20% of the app. Like, we see these constants continue to come up. And in many cases, when we are going from 0 to 1 to provide a solution, we focus heavily on, well, what are the key pieces, right? If we do 20% of the key pieces of functionality that we're asked to deliver, they will likely be seen and valued by 80% of our customers. So focus in, like, what is that 20%? Do that 20% very, very well. And that will provide you extraordinary value delivery under the constraints I've already been discussing. So that's another key tactic. Take a hard line on SaaS vendors, right? Kind of touched on this in a previous line. Look, if you have any spend right now that's upwards of $1,000 a month on that one particular vendor, that vendor, you can negotiate that cost. And I'm sure that's just like the entry point for many SaaS vendors. So be really thoughtful about that. Don't just take their pricing at face value, get them on the phone, start working with them. You will find that you can negotiate a lot better deals in the long run just by kind of pushing back on that. Stick to the fundamentals, right? This is something that the key leadership team at Wrapmate has always primarily been focused on. And you know, quick call out to Chris, our CEO, on this. You know, he's a serial entrepreneur, has a very grand vision for what we are going to do at Wrapmate, right? Kind of transform how any single person can wrap a vehicle right from the comfort of a home. So he does have that grand entrepreneurial vision, but even he is still hyper focused on the fundamentals, right? Do the numbers work, right? Are we making more than we spend? And that should hold true for all of us. And especially in the engineering org, the fundamentals of the DORA metrics, the fundamentals of 0 to 1, and just getting quality in, the key pieces of quality software development. Do you have testers? Can you build in one step? Do you have a spec? Do you have a bug database? Like these, I'm stating them only to be fair, but these should be common knowledge. Stick to those fundamentals. And then really the final tactic here is to really build a culture in which the business as usual operations of your company automatically contribute to software quality. So for example, we just mentioned in the previous bullet, you know, do you have testers? Do you have acceptance? Well, I fold the org in on that. I support an openness culture where anyone at Wrapmate can bring an issue to us at any time. And we have streamlined tools through Slack and through Linear and through Discourse to kind of quickly convert concerns into bug reports, and then they can be tracked and can be searched on. And by folding in just the day-to-day folks that help keep the lights on at Wrapmate, that operation, just their natural operation of reaching out to us and sending us requests and us giving them that feedback loop to keep a constant line of communication open, because really they're our customer, the internal folks as well. We're contributing to software quality. So look at your culture and look for ways in which just the daily operations of that company can help contribute to your software quality. So in sum, these are just some examples of some 10x leadership tactics we're employing to really kind of push the envelope of how we are efficient and run a successful business in the constraints of this new landscape. So that's the presentation, Murat. Are you still there?
Here I am. I'm here. How are you? So, Shawn, this was very interesting to look at the how you transitioned from, you know, coming from development background and transitioning the leadership principles that you put it together. So we're going to look for the questions coming up from the different attendees now. But I would like to ask you, so how do you decide, coming from development background, is like your natural instinct would be probably, I can write this thing, you know, or my team can write this thing, and right. You jump in there. So how do you balance between, you know, should we write this thing versus you mentioned SaaS providers, and which ones to take and which ones to you really should write this thing?
Yeah, that's a great question. So how you decide when you develop something, buy versus build, really?
Yes, exactly.
It's a great question. So a good engineering leader that comes from a software development background should have their finger on the pulse of what the best tools are out there, what the options are. So you remember earlier on, I mentioned Pipedream. So yes. You know, we early on, we started to build a lot of automations on top of Zapier. And I had heard of Pipedream. You know, I had a couple of colleagues that had worked with it. And so it was up to me to kind of commit to spending the amount of my week kind of delving into these tools and understanding them and going, oh, wow, this is available. Didn't realize that this was even a thing. It absolutely is a thing. And cost-wise, functionality-wise, this makes a lot of sense. Just in assessing Pipedream top to bottom, going, well, look, in order to do in Pipedream or in code what we can do in Pipedream, they're giving us a lot of value based off of how we can very quickly spin up automations and tie them together to our business processes. So you look at that, you have your finger on that pulse, and then you just simply weigh the costs, right? Is it going to be more effective and faster and cheaper to build it here? And is the tech debt that we accrue going to be manageable? Or is it something that is going to, scale out of hand very fast, and is it something we're going to have to switch gears on and then pay down? So be thoughtful about that, because whenever you choose any platform, there is always a degree of tech debt that you're going to be assuming with that decision.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a good decision maker. I mean, my rule of thumb is usually, is it going to make difference? If it's available out there, am I going to make something that is going to be, a competitive advantage or some kind of advantage to us if you write stuff.
Right.
I'm mostly, if it doesn't, then let's buy it or get it from the open source or whatever needs to be done from. So there's a good question or comment out there about previous speakers, Sireesha as well was mentioning about. So as a CTO, you are a problem solver, not a coder. But the second part of the comment is, do you believe that coding or any of our roles is going to be replaced by AI soon? What's your personal opinion on that?
I've been in the business for 26 years now, and I've seen multiple waves of a rise of a suite of tools that will eliminate the developer. And I have zero confidence that they will eliminate us anytime soon. One thing that AI, as we are seeing right now, for the technology leaders that do have their finger on this pulse, what we are seeing is that AI and things like Chat GPT, they are very, very good at building and producing plausible answers that are totally wrong. And there are verticals where this is lucrative, right? There will be industries that will be decimated as a result. But software development, it's binary, right? Code either compiles or it doesn't. It runs or it doesn't. And even when they refine it to the point where it always runs, every time you ask it to write this code to do a thing, it writes the code and the thing works. It's going to be a very, very long time before the AI tools understand why it was asked for in the first place. And this is what falls on our shoulders as engineering leaders and tech leaders. We are the ones that come to the table and say, this is why this code has to be written. AI won't be doing that anytime soon.
No, I'm in agreement. That's my presentation is like the importance of why. And I do believe that it's very important that AI will be able to do a lot of the mundane stuff, the routines, etc. But AI plus human needed to be able to put why in there and which one is another one. Let me look at it. Hashmat is a comment and a question in there. He's a CTO of a startup accelerator with an entire team of 4 people, and the company needs ERP to allow innovators, investors, and the team to work together for better innovation for community. Shall I hire a team or outsource it, or any other option that you recommend?
Well, first I would ask exactly what's the need there? Like what specifically around ERP is the need? Is it a specific piece of functionality? Is it for compliance and governance? Like what problem again are you trying to solve? And if it turns out to be something that is much larger from a compliance or governance perspective, then I would strongly suggest finding a consultancy, a vendor to try to work with. As an example, when we stood up our CRM initially, we hired a vendor. It was the most cost-effective way to do it. Expertise, they already knew the CRM, they knew what they were doing, they stood it up very quickly. And then it was up to us to kind of learn the system very fast and transition them off. So it depends on the situation, but I would push a little bit harder on what's exactly being asked by the org writ large. Why is the ERP system absolutely necessary at this point in time? Because again, you want to get really, really good at this 10x leadership and being very strategic in how you make these spend decisions. Push hard on, is it a key piece of functionality that you're going to get out of this? Maybe that functionality could be derived somewhere from a much cheaper or more stable or a more hungry org that's looking for your business.
Yeah. Thanks, Shawn. And Shawn, it's been very insightful, and I love the transition from coming from development background and into leadership and putting these things into very much in the kind of a very clear ways to have to repeat that expertise and the experience you had. And thank you again, and looking forward to talking with you later.
All right. Thanks for having me. We'll see you then.
Thank you, Shawn. Thank you, everyone. We're going to give a quick break now, and there's going to be a QR code on the screen. And please just use your phones, and here it is in there, so you will be aware of the summits are coming up. So we will start in around 11:45. I believe that's the timing for it. So we're going to have a 20 minutes break, and see you in 11:35. That's when we're going to start the next presentation. So enjoy your time, and let us know how the content has been going on, and give us feedback on the comments and on the chat. And that's going to improve our summit and our speakers, and that's going to be very useful. Hi, welcome back, everybody. Yeah, I hope you had a great time to refresh your coffee and get some energy. Some of you probably stuck up in emails and chats to catch up with the everyday work that you're doing. Our next speaker is Tanmay Kayande, and he's going to talk about the Zen and the art of startup management. I'm looking forward to it because Zen and it's a very interesting way of looking overall startup area. And Tanmay is known for nonprofit dedicated to language justice, respond to crisis translation. So he's been a CTO of different nonprofit organizations. And he's one of his passions are sustainability, and he was nominated for Forbes 30 under 30 for this. And he likes to mentor a lot of startups in different stages of startups over the last decade. And I'm looking forward to hearing his point of view for the Zen and the art of startup management. Hi, Tanmay.
Hey, how are you doing?
We can't hear you. Okay, now we can hear you.
Wonderful.
No, it's good. It's good. Your picture had no beard. Now you have a full beard.
A little bit of time has passed since then.
Yes, since then. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Welcome, and looking forward to hearing your presentation.
Thank you. And thank you for such a lovely introduction. I'm going to go and share my screen. Please let me know once this is seen.
Here it is.
All right.
Is that black screen? Yeah, okay. It's having problems in sharpness perspective. Let me see. It's one of those. Do I need to squeeze my eyes to see it? No, it's it has a challenge. Can you reshare your screen? Maybe stop it and reshare.
Sure. Let's do this.
While we are waiting, here Tanmay rejoined back. And he's going to share his screen.
Let's see if this works.
Looks like you're frozen as well, but in a good sense. So it's not going to.
It caught me in one of those good spots, not like.
Yeah, very good stuff. No, not under one of those, you know.
Yeah.
Yes, we can start seeing it. Eventually, it will clear up probably.
Okay. And is my screen being shared? Is the deck being
Yes,
seen?
it has been shared. I can see it. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Please let me know if the slides stop changing for any reason
I will.
or if the audio drops. But with that, let's jump into things. So a couple of months ago, I was invited by Glorium Tech to deliver this talk and learned that y'all are either startup CTOs or around the path to be. I also understood that I would have about 30 minutes to deliver something of high value to you. And my intrusive instinct was to mosaic together all the tools, stories, methodologies, and try to cram that into this time. And don't worry, I didn't. I really thought about you and thought what would be most valuable to you because each one of you represents the driving force behind innovation and technological advancements in our ecosystem. As startup CTOs, you hold the key to unlocking potentials that your organization could hold. Now, like you, I've worked in startups. And depending on the platform you're on, you might be able to show me a thumbs up if you agree with some of these statements which I'm saying, that startups are fast-paced, they're rapidly changing, continually scrappy. And I've been in tech too, and that's not any slower. As a CTO, regardless of industry, that's going to be high pressure. So startups are fast, tech is faster, and you as CTOs in tech startups need to stay ahead of that pace in order to be successful. And neither school nor life teach you how to maintain such high performance for a sustainable distance. So that's what we'll talk about today. Now, Zen's a broad topic, startup management is a broad topic. So the way we're going to navigate this is I'm going to start with a summary of everything we're going to cover. Then I'll share a bit about myself. We'll dive into each of those topics. And at the end, I'll tie everything together. And with that, let's jump into the first slide. Let's start by taking a moment to reflect on the essence of Zen. For For me, it's simply bringing calm to chaos. And to articulate how that relates to startup management, here's how we're going to explore Zen. In the evolving landscape of startups, finding moments of stillness becomes vital. It's in these moments that we gather our thoughts, recenter ourselves, and make the right decisions amidst the chaos that surrounds us. To achieve this Zen state, it's crucial to start by focusing on ourselves. As CTOs, we bear the responsibility of leading our organizations with strength and clarity. However, in the pursuit of success, it's easy to neglect our own personal growth and well-being. By investing our time and effort in our own development, we can become those better leaders capable of steering our companies towards greatness. Once we fortified ourselves, then it's time to carry the principles of Zen to our organizations. And that's where we'll talk about the concept of non-attachment and the importance of learning to delegate effectively. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. It's by empowering our teams, we create an environment that fosters creativity, innovation, and growth. And the path to success isn't, however, a solitary one. It's through our teams that we can truly make an impact. That's why we need to focus on inspiring and motivating our team members by fostering open communication, encouraging collaboration, and creating a safe zone for failure. We can cultivate this culture of continuous learning and improvement as such. It's these principles of Zen that can guide us on this journey of leading tech startups. And as we navigate the challenges and seize the opportunities that come our way, let's not forget the moments of stillness, both within ourselves and within our organizations, that by embracing Zen in our personal lives, we can carry it to our companies, inspire our teams, we can create a harmonious and purposeful ecosystem that can withstand any storm. Once again, Zen is bringing calm to chaos. So here's how we'll navigate to find that calm. First, we'll get you some breathing room from your environment. In the speed and chaos of tech and startups, let's get you up for air for just a moment before we dive back in. Then, we need to first focus on you, because that's where your command over the world around you stems from. Once you have yourself in order, then we can talk about your company or product. I mean, that's the lifeblood that keeps you alive in the market. It's also why we talk about you and the environment first. Finally, we'll talk about carrying this to your people, because until they see you leading by example, they're going to hear Zen and think, great, more Silicon Valley woo-woo fluff getting added to our principles or mission statement, right? So when they see you applying what you've learned from this talk, hopefully you're going to be a little less stressed. Maybe you might be a little more grounded. Perhaps you'll be more present in the problems you're dealing with and able to have more clarity, and ambitiously, maybe you'll have a new grasp on your business. Now, once they see these effects in you, they're going to lean in and ask how they can get there too. So with that, let's get started. My name is Dmitriy. I'm the CTO of Respond Crisis Translation. That's a multinational nonprofit bringing language justice and aid to parts of the world that need it most. In parallel, I'm also a product operations manager over at Google, where I'm also an advocate for AI ethics and also a mentor for early stage startups from pre-seed to Series A. And that's all cool. But my real flex, though, is despite all that, I still get 7 hours of sleep. But it wasn't always like this, though. I remember early on in my career, I had a calendar packed to the brim. I'm talking 80, 100-hour weeks, working through dinners, stress bloomed, anxiety flourished. And I remember thinking, how can I scale to the next level if I'm currently struggling at this one? And just because I'm busy doesn't mean I'm being productive, right? Now, I'm the type of person who'd rather find a solution than talk about my feelings. So when I was at this point, I went seeking a solution, and that's where I stumbled onto Zen. One last time, Zen was finding calm in the chaos. I figured if I can do that, then managing myself in the tech startup, growing my career, that would be way more manageable. And the thing I like most about Zen is that it accepts that chaos is bound to happen. So rather than fighting something so inevitable, it shows here's how you float with it. I'd like you to remember when you first started in your role. Show me a thumbs up if you were excited, yeah? Mostly clear calendar, kind of empty inbox, maybe a Slack channel dedicated to pet pictures of your fur babies, right? And then what happened? The chaos of the market disrupted your calm. And it makes sense that it would. I mean, you had to understand the current state of the market. You formed a vision of here's where your company is going to go from a tech standpoint. And you saw there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen to get there, including parts currently unknown. Show me a thumbs up if you're the kind of leader who gets out there on the front lines with your people, helping knock down the obstacles and tasks standing in the way of your vision. See, And that's a noble thing. That your people see that you're not shy of getting your hands dirty. That carries, however, an inherent risk. They need you to see the forest as they knock down the trees and build the path forward. They need you to see the environment and the path ahead, so they have to do the least effort while maximizing company progress. One of the key tenets of Zen is the practice of non-attachment. Of course you want to be involved in every aspect of your business. I mean, that's why you brought in brilliant people. You might feel like the only way to do something right or get something done is if you do it yourself. But as an individual, you have finite capacity. With people, though, you have leverage and scale. Trying to hold on to every task is going to lead to overwork, stress, and a lack of focus on that bigger picture. Delegating to your team, however, frees up your time to focus on the strategic planning and growth. And you might think, well, easier said than done, my guy. I'll share a quick story with you to illustrate how the Zen practice applies to startup management. It's from this book called Turn That Ship Around. It's by U.S. Navy Captain David Marquet. He was assigned command of the USS Santa Fe, a submarine you'll see on the screen. The Santa Fe at the time was one of the worst performing crews in the Navy, and the captain was brought in to fix this. With a single command and a little bit of time, the Santa Fe went from being one of the worst crews to one of the best. So what happened? When Captain Marquet joined the crew, he saw the crew would ask for direction and permission to do any of their tasks. I'm talking even the ones they'd done tons of times. Now, we're going to speculate. Maybe the old captain needed things done in a certain way or wanted to offer his guidance, wisdom, direction if he thought anything could be better. Regardless, I'm betting that he was probably stressed beyond belief, that he had so many decisions to make, and not only his own tasks, but helping his crew finish their tasks too. Captain Marquet, however, had a different approach. His one command to the crew was simple. The crew will now tell the captain in present tense, I am going to do X. And unless there was a reason to disagree or investigate, he would affirm with a simple copy. This led to significant improvements in both performance and morale. The crew started to trust themselves and could proactively make smarter and faster decisions. This book in general is a powerful reminder that leadership isn't a one-person job, but rather it's a team effort. And creating that culture of ownership, accountability, this can lead to transformative results. And this practice of non-attachment, at first it's going to feel uncomfortable. However, you're going to be surprised by when you take your hand off the wheel just a little bit, how well things go. Now, it's going to give you one of the biggest benefits you're going to immediately see. It's going to give you more time to focus on the things which matter most. But understand, for example, like better understanding your environment or executing a more refined vision. This in general was the macro. Let's take this on a more personal level. Show me a thumbs up if you wish you had a magic wand to get people to stop being defensive when they disagree with you. Yeah, you'll want to take note of this next Zen principle. It's very straightforward. It's called active mindful listening. I'll tell you how it works in a moment, and because I need to start with the reason why of all the things we could talk about today, I think this skill is the most important to finding Zen on a personal level. It's based on how broadly you can use this, whether it's the people in your personal or professional life, and you might already have someone in mind that's quick to get defensive or knows exactly how to push your buttons. Remember, you're here to make clear, effective, efficient decisions, and getting into arguments steals your peace and hinders your ability to do that. It steals your time. What's the point of getting more time if you have to spend it fighting? Later, we're going to talk about how Zen affects the people around you. But for now, we're going to get into that skill, active mindful listening. Here's how it works. Next time you find yourself butting heads with someone, take a breath. Listen without the intent to immediately respond. You will eventually, but pause that urge to have that immediate response. Really tune in to what the other person has said and listen in such a way that you're going to summarize what they said and repeat it back to them in a way that they say, yes, that's right. Remember, you're not agreeing with their perspective. You're simply stating it back in a neutral way that's agreeable to that person. Once that person agrees to your restatement, then you can address that perspective. That's it. And this works like magic because it separates the person from the perspective. From there, you two can work together against the problem instead of against each other. it's a sad but true fact that people really aren't used to being heard. I mean, notice in the interactions around you, how many people are truly listening to what you're saying versus how many of them are just waiting for their chance or turn to speak. See, when they do that, their mind doesn't consider the implications or depth of what the other person's truly saying. And you, once again, you don't have to agree. But if you can articulate what they said back in a neutral, and here's an advanced skill, more better way or more concise way, you'll drop their defenses. That yes, that's right part. That's something I found really helpful from this book called Never Split the Difference by Chris Voss. He was the former FBI lead hostage negotiator. Let me say that again. The lead hostage negotiator of the FBI used active mindful listening in some of the most high-stakes situations a person can be faced with. Let's bring this back to you. Can you imagine yourself in your company with this newfound superpower to diffuse a situation before it gets heated? Show me a thumbs up, just for fun, if you already have someone in mind you're going to try this out on. So with non-attachment, we talked about before, we got you more time. With mindful listening, we talked about diffusing conflicts. And both of these got us ready to finally talk about bringing Zen to your product or business. To start, it's important to acknowledge that the market generally tends to favor businesses and products that align with its demands, right? That product gap. If you're meeting it, then there you go. While this isn't always the case, there's a pretty good correlation between understanding the market and the rewards it returns. Generally, you'll see fixing pains adds way more value than improving gains. By addressing the needs and desires of your target audience, you can create user-centered solutions that truly resonate with the people you serve. This means we need to use non-attachment to let go of the preconceptions we have of what the customer wants and show a genuine commitment to actively listen to their feedback. We need to really listen to what the customer actually needs and deploy what Chris Voss, the same guy, calls tactical empathy to make sure that the customer feels understood. It's also important to embrace failure as an integral part of the process. Failure should only be viewed as an expected risk rather than some sort of mark of incompetence or inadequacy, and recognize that as you iterate and refine your business or product, you're not always going to be right. However, it's through these failures that valuable lessons are learned, leading to growth and improvement. Understanding this inherent risk in the process, it's going to help you navigate with a resilient mindset. Once that understanding is set, then we can build. Then we can iterate. Don't fail fast and fail often, thinking that's what it means to be agile. That path leads to short-term chaos and long-term burnout as it focuses on only the failures. Pursue long-term perfection, and in failing, settle for excellence. Embracing failure in the pursuit of perfection is not simplistic or an easy path. It requires dedication, resilience, and a willingness to learn from those setbacks. It aligns this Zen approach that values the journey and the growth that comes from confronting and overcoming challenges. Both paths are going to be hard, no matter which one you take, but you can choose your hard. And any attempt to try is going to be risking failure. But that's why it's worth it. This idea of striving for a higher ideal and embracing the failures on that path, that's that Zen approach. Now, we're a little limited on time today, so we're not going to be able to get into finding the beauty of imperfections, highlighting them by, for example, turning bugs into features, but know this: embracing failure in the pursuit of perfection involves continual improvement, iterations, and experimentations to reflect a changing market. To underline this idea, failure is an expected risk, not an expected outcome. As that settles in, let's finally set our attention to your teams. You're about to see how everything we've spoken about so far has prepared us to talk about people management in a tech startup environment. Listen, managing people is never an easy task. However, some of the Zen principles we've spoken about can help build an aligned, cohesive team. Remember when we talked about Captain Marquet aligning his crew to his vision and using non-attachment to get out of their way? Well, you and your crew are all in the same boat. You've brought in brilliant people. You need to trust them to do their thing. Demonstrate and foster that open communication. Kim Scott, who wrote the book on radical candor. Radical candor she defined as that's where an organization should strive for a culture of trust and transparency, where team members feel comfortable sharing their ideas, concerns, feedbacks, all without a fear of condemnation or retaliation. There's no reason why a person at the lower ranks of an organization shouldn't be able to tell someone at the upper echelon of an organization, hey, I think this idea is a little out of touch with what I think reality is. That open dialogue will keep things sharp. With a non-attachment to any idea, mindfully listening to what your team is truly trying to voice, and deploying that tactical empathy to make sure your team feels understood, your company will reap the seeds you sow. Your team, by doing so, will feel valued and motivated to contribute to your company's collective success, and you'll increase your team's morale, unity, and sense of purpose. Seeing your perspective on embracing failure, it's also going to initiate constructive feedback loops. And this, in turn, will encourage experimentation and innovation, leading to faster iterations and better outcomes for your business. Now, your team is going to emulate themselves as an extension of you. So once they see you doing it, then you're going to see more cross-collaboration, and they'll start using these Zen principles and start embracing them. As a bonus, there's one final principle that underlies everything that's come so far. Across all these topics, find simplicity. When it comes to your vision, mission, process, product, people, let it permeate everything. Simplicity in its essence is about stripping away the unnecessary layers, eliminating the clutter, and focusing on what truly matters. It's about distilling those complex ideas and processes into their purest forms. This allows for greater clarity and greater efficiency. Now, unfortunately, we don't have enough time to talk about first principles or systems thinking approaches, so I'll share one last quick story before we wrap everything up. It highlights how simplicity isn't about oversimplifying complex problems or ignoring important details. It's about distilling the essence of that complexity into its most meaningful and actionable components. It's about finding elegance and creating an environment that fosters focus and clarity and effectiveness. So here's a quick story, and then I'll wrap everything up. A little bit after World War II ended, skyscrapers around America were getting built all over the country. People started complaining that the elevators were taking too long to go up and down. Now, this is a complex problem. Complex solution would be to build faster elevators. Some Zen engineer came along and figured out that the simple solution, get this, was to just install mirrors inside the elevators. If people are distracted by checking out their own reflection, they won't notice the time as it passes. Now, think about any of the mirrors or any of the elevators that you've seen or used recently in the past maybe couple of days. If you notice a mirror in there, that's where it came from. As startup CTOs, embracing this simplicity lets us approach old problems with a new lens. It empowers us to lead with intention, make informed decisions, and inspire our team to reach new heights. So let's take a deep breath and bring everything together. We've covered a lot in this bit of time. We started talking about how Zen finds calm in the chaos. Then we spent some time focused on your company's environment, you, the company or product itself, and then your team. The topics I touched and the stories I shared leave the door open for leagues of depth, but for the limit of time. The actual practice I shared, however, can be immediately applied. Try them out in earnest without expectations, and you'll be surprised by how such simple things can work so well. You might see this theme pop up in some of the other talks today too. When you set your sights from where you are to where you're trying to be and ruthlessly remove everything unconducive to reaching that point, you'll have the luxury of space and time to do what you want instead. As you manage your startup, you'll find calm amidst the chaos. And that is Zen and the Art of Startup Management. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanmay. This was very interesting, very cool of putting Zen into the startup CTO role. Thank you very much for the insights, and looking forward to talk to you later in the day.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to get our next speaker. And Greg is ready in there, and Greg is going to talk about the sorry, give me a second. Leading and managing technology teams. And he's been in the over 20 years in large companies like IBM, UPS, Sun Microsystems. Then through the effective data collection and system analysis, Greg has proven the expertise of identifying areas for improvement to design and implement project teams. So I'm looking forward to the leading and managing technology teams. Craig, welcome.
How are you?
Okay. Oh, good. Now I can hear you.
Okay.
So that's good. And thank you very much for joining the summit. And looking forward to your presentation. And I'll talk to you after that.
Okay, great. Thank you. You want me to go ahead and get started to share?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see what I can do here. Let me know if you see that or if it's frozen. Are we good?
Seen with other speakers eventually. So you're good. Leading and managing technology teams.
Okay. Go and get started? Or
Go ahead.
I'm seeing they're frozen up, so I'm not sure.
Yeah. Okay. Can you rejoin? We've been having similar problems with the being frozen. And share your screen again, please.
Okay. Let me do that real quick.
The nice thing about it, everybody is freezing in a very nice position. So you look good and frozen state.
So, all right. Can you see my presentation? I'm not sure
Yes.
if you can.
Yes, I can see it. Yeah. Leading and managing technology teams. And, yeah, go ahead.
Like I said, we'll get started. I'm Greg Solt. I'm the Director of Technology at DigiKerma. My discussion is specifically on leading and managing technology teams. The agenda that will follow is introduction and background of myself, scaling your team and technology for organization, learn, adapt, focus, and then plan for the next disturbance. I'll give you an introduction of myself and discuss my journey. So my journey, along with many other people, has taken a long and twisted road. My time in the United States military helped me develop skills I will use later in my career. It taught me responsibility, accountability, hard work, and how to tackle difficult challenges. From there, I started my career in technology at IBM. This was a great place to start, as the company had several platforms created for the business world and the consumer side. I learned a lot about different distributed systems. I learned creating specific systems for specific needs, and then I got a taste of software development. In this role, I found out that the formal requirements from the client should drive the development cycles from there. I went to work for Verizon and better understood how to architect the correct solution by finding the proper requirements based on a client's business objectives, their needs, and what they were trying to accomplish. With many options available at Verizon, with software, hardware, distributed systems, consulting services, we were able to give the customer a total solution. From there, I went on and became the owner of my own business. This was a great opportunity to understand what it took to design a service, get the proper support structure, create a customer base, hire, train a team, measure the performance of the company and the staff. Maintaining the business and developing new revenue streams in that business became a full-time job. It was exhausting, but this experience gave me a rounded education on the challenges businesses face when starting and trying to expand. I then enrolled and completed my master's degree in global business and blockchain technology at the University of the Cumberlands. This accomplishment helped me make the right connections in developing real-world applications for blockchain. One of those was the tokenization of carbon credits and putting them on the Polygon blockchain, to be specific. And this is the work that I'm currently doing at DigiKerma. From working at the help desk at IBM to where I am today, I've learned a lot about what it takes to lead technical teams. From help desk to CTO. This recap is where this slide helps recaps where someone's technical journey can take them. As I mentioned earlier, in my journey slide, I had the opportunity to learn more about how to identify what a client's requirements were and how to solve them each time I moved into a new position. From the help desk technician to the director of technology, a person can grow and accept new responsibilities. I believe it is our responsibility to help provide that pathway for our employees to develop and succeed. I think it's important that we provide them the training tools, the ability to take external training, or to work with other informational groups to be able to decide where they want to go within that organization for their career. We've seen many personnel in our career take a different route than what they started, and they seem to blossom once they've taken on that new responsibility and have gained insight on how they can help in different parts, again, of the organization. Scaling your team. What exactly is your size of your organization? How many hats do they have to wear to ensure things get done? I know that I have to wear a lot. Originally, when we started out, there were only 2 to 3 of us in this startup. We had multiple duties and responsibilities to assign to us, and we had to help collaborate on ones that weren't. It is estimated that a startup may have 20 plus tasks that they have to be able to accomplish at any one time. And so there's a lot to do specifically to keep the wheels on the bus for a startup. A perfect example of this is at DigiKerma, the need for a sales effort, platform development effort, marketing of the company and its product. I had to participate in selecting web designers, helping improve content for advertising and marketing campaigns, determining what color our logo should be, developing sales leads, and determining what country or state we should be incorporated in. These are just a few of the activities and responsibilities I got roped into. Your team size will be determined by the number of activities or tasks each person has to complete. It will be long hours, in my case, lots of caffeine. But as a team grows and your to-do list starts to shrink, you will be able to see the progress that has been made. One of the things that we did is we implemented a technical roadmap at DigiKerma. This is an example of that technical roadmap. We put together a chart. This chart is only high level, and we definitely have more granular ones specifically in our quiver, if you will. But it shows on what days we need to do what to continue progress. We have a much more detailed ones with deadlines, like I said, but this breaks down each team's members' responsibilities. Many tools can be used for this. Monday.com, Trello, or even a simple Gantt chart in Excel. The key is to have the organization and what needs to be done and who is working on it. This type of organization will save your sanity, believe me. If you look at the high-level roadmap, you will see that we started to break down the appropriate timeframes for certain development milestones in following dependent tasks. There are 3 different colors of bubbles or tasks representing different phases. We looked at the functional, the non-functional requirements for each phase during the development process. In other words, we had to determine what had to be done to move on to the next phase. Again, there are multiple examples of this out on the internet, but I think what you'll find is whatever platform that you use, you can modify it to what you need for it to be. Not every startup or not every company is going to be the same. You have different things that specifically you have to prioritize either in the development phase or in the delivery phase. So whatever tool that you choose, as long as you use an organizational tool or something like this, then I think you're going to find value in that. And you're going to be able to see that an organization, again, will take you to the next level of understanding what needs to be done. What are the next things that need to be accomplished? Team members. How many team members do you have at your startup? As I mentioned before, Digikerma, we only started with about 3. But it made our team meetings extremely short and extremely easy. But a lot has changed since then. From about a year ago, we have brought on approximately 27 people, including our overseas development team. When 2 people come together with an idea that is yet to be done before in the marketplace, it takes those first steps in the founders to be able to define that. As the idea matures, it starts to attract other individuals that believe in the idea and its potential. The increase in responsibilities, capabilities defined the growth that we experienced over the last year. In developing our platform, we realized we needed more people with different skill sets, and we just didn't have them. So what we did is we went out and did hire specific contractors, and then also started to use the gig economy, which I will talk a little bit more about. Hires a CTO needs to make. We have had to make several hires during our tenure of building the platform. As I mentioned, there were only about 3 of us when we first started. As we identified the platform requirements, it was clear that we needed several resources we did not have. These resources are included on this slide, but not necessarily in the order which we brought them on. We discovered that sometimes we should have brought on resources earlier than we did. Example of this is we brought on a UI or UX developer after we'd already designed and implemented the testing on our final testnet platform. Fortunately for us, we were able to ship and have the UX designer work with our developer and make improvements. But it caused a delay in our launch. But it looks really good now, just unfortunately we didn't launch the dates that we wanted to launch on. It is interesting how you discover that additional resources can be extremely helpful when rolling out a new platform. As our team grew, they naturally became our testers, pseudo quality assurance engineers, and bug finders. This caused problems as that was not their inherent role, not what they were hired for. And these individuals may not have had the proper testing experience, patience, or understanding, if you will. As we get closer to our platform launch, we are planning for essential personnel to be hired. These include tech support, systems administrators, cybersecurity personnel. As we have worked to build our service, we have found that not all job functions have to be permanent hires. As I mentioned earlier, we've used the gig economy quite extensively for missing talent. We have used resources such as Fiverr, Upwork, Braintrust, and other contractors to fill certain needs. But as we grow, we still have a need for a number of personnel to be hired and to make sure that we have a resource that is versed in our company and what it offers. Now, with that said, again, the gig economy is a great, useful tool when you don't have the expertise on staff. But to be able to continue to build our company, we have identified in different roles what our direct and permanent hires are going to be. Learn, adapt, and focus. One of the things that happens is change. In fact, it's the most consistent thing that happens is change. What are the changes that you are facing in your organization? At Digikerma, we face the following. We had integration of new technology with old technology, specifically integrating the older existing energy industry technology, again, with newer blockchain technology. Not an easy match. Developing a technology platform that with integrated with products and services had never been done before, at least not before now. Governmental regulation inside the blockchain space. We were trying to determine if the tokenization of carbon credits were a security or a commodity, even with the 10xDS, and had their help. With the collapse of cryptocurrency firms such as FTX, Arrow Digital, BlockFi, and many others, there has been increased scrutiny on any company participating in this blockchain or cryptocurrency space. We have had to investigate what government regulations in what countries would steer the direction of our offering in those different countries. What might be compliant in the Middle East may not be compliant in the United States or Europe. In just a short time I have been involved in Digikarma, I have seen the voluntary market for carbon credits grow. In 2021, the voluntary carbon market grew at a record pace, reaching $2 billion, 4 times its value in 2020, and the pace of purchases is still accelerating. By 2030, the market is expected to reach between 10 billion and 40 billion. Purchase credits help fund biodiversity protection, pollution prevention, public health improvements, and even job creation. The landscape for regulating technology is a daily occurrence and something that we face, if not weekly, if monthly, specifically trying to find out how we're going to navigate around it. That leads me into my next slide, focus and adapt. As a startup, it can be extremely easy to lose focus. The creation process simulates the brain's frontal cortex. The ideas can be born. Ideation session is key and it should be unrestricted, but sometimes it can lead to getting off track. There needs to be a focus on what you're trying to accomplish and the prioritization of tasks that work to create the minimum viable product, getting something out the door, as we would say. We have a daily status call on the platform deployment at Digikarma and what is left to deploy it. We allow the discussion of future improvements, but the focus is on the task at hand to follow the technical roadmap and what is spelled out. There's a very valuable, again, this is a very valuable tool for keeping in line, but also spells out the next steps. One of the things that I observe with a creative group is that works at a startup, there's no limit of what they can accomplish and dream up. We have a development team that can have an idea, research how to implement it, design, test, all within less than a week. This is a very valuable tool and attribute to have, but as a leader, I have to ensure that it aligns with the current version of the platform and keeps resources in the current plan and time schedule. Again, the technical roadmap is invaluable and it will help focus on what needs to be accomplished near term and in the future. What happens when things change to move the direction of development? We'll discuss that on the next slides. One of the things I wanted to talk about specifically are the quotes here by Bill Gates and Sarah Clayton. I think that they are appropriate specifically when it comes to focus and when it comes to adaptation. Again, if you read through them, I think you get a better understanding is that focus has to be laser pointed, if you will, on getting the minimal viable product out the door. And then one of the things that happens specifically, the adaptation is sometimes that minimal viable product specifically isn't going to be what you initially thought it would be. You have to put away part of your idea specifically that it's going to be X, it could change to Y. And again, some of the things that we'll talk about with technology trends and disturbances, but you have to focus that there will be changes specifically on what you initially dream up and again, what you eventually provide as a public offering. But something to consider about is how as a leader, how do you implement that focus and how do you work with the adaptation and how do you lead your team to understand that both of those are very important. Plan for the next disturbance. In the top tech trends that will shape the coming decade, according to a McKinsey report published in October 2021, there are 10 trends that are listed that would change the face of the modern workplace. We'll go through this one by one from the report, but not too far in depth. In the report, the first one was next level process automation. In the report, by 2025, more than 50 billion devices will be connected to the Industrial Internet of Things, IIoT. Robots, automation, 3D printing, more will generate around 79 zettabytes of data per year. Excuse me. Network connectivity, faster digital connections powered by 5G and IoT have the potential to unlock economic activity. There is so much implementation of faster connections in the mobility space, including healthcare and other, again, IoT type applications. Distributed infrastructure. There's an estimate that upwards of 70% all companies using or all cloud or multi-cloud platforms, a part of a distributed IT infrastructure. It will mean data processing can be handled in the cloud, but made access to devices faster. Next-gen computing. The report quoted, preparing for next-gen computing requires identifying rather what kind of industry that you are in now and how you're going to adjust and what kind of industry you're going to be in the future. Artificial intelligence. By 2024, AI-generated speech will be behind more than 50% of people's interactions with computers. 6, programming 2.0 and software 2.0. Get ready, where neural networks and machine learning write code and create new software. We're starting to see this already in the ChatGPT and other capabilities of writing code or development specifically with these AI sources. Trust architecture. One approach to building a trust architecture is the use of distributed ledgers, is blockchain, as we mentioned before. It allows for immutability, decentralization, and other things specifically that the blockchain offers. Biorevolution, propelled by AI, automation, and DNA sequencing. The biorevolution promises the development of gene therapies, hyper-personalized medicines, and genetic-based guidance on food and exercise. Next generation materials. Developments in materials and science have the potential to transform multiple market sectors, including pharma, energy, transportation, health, semiconductors, manufacturing, and using nanoparticles. Last but not least is clean tech trends, renewable energy, cleaner, greener transport, and energy efficient buildings. You can see that there are a number of things that will change specifically what you do in the future or how you run your organization or affect your organization in the future. And COVID is a perfect example. Even though it may not be a technology trend, it was a disturbance or something that a company would have to adapt to when it hit. Remote work became extremely prevalent, if not 100% prevalent, where it was not even looked at 5 to 10 years ago. Get help and conquer. We've talked through a lot of things specifically on what to expect, how to make sure that you grow your team, build your team. But what are some of the resources that as a CTO you can go out and find or enlist to get help? One of the things, or some of the things that I've looked at, but one of the main things that I've looked at is mentorship. There are a number of folks out there that have done or been through this in this position and are willing to mentor you to help you become that better CTO and to understand what it takes to become a great CTO. 7 CTOs, an organization, again, very similar, provides a capability to work with other CTOs in technology or whatever your business may be, to be able to identify and the same problems, the same issues, and to be able to work together in discussion and also meeting to work through issues. LinkedIn groups. There are LinkedIn groups out there that provide a lot of education or advice specifically on the CTO level. Executive education. It's out there. it provides a great experience in understanding, at least at a theory level, at being a CTO, what you have to look at, what you're in charge of, or what you would be in charge of, and how you can better hone your skills. Discussion with CEO one-to-one. This is a very valuable tool that I don't think a lot of CTOs taking advantage of, is work with your CEO and let them define what they want your role to be. Let them define specifically what technical requirements or what technical advances or direction that they want to have in the company, and you can help provide that vision. In my conclusion, I would say if you do these 5 things, you're going to be a lot farther along than you were before. 1, build your team. 2, develop your team. When I say develop your team, I mean, let them learn. Let them become more versed in specifically the technologies they're working at or other technologies that are applicable to the company. Allow them to take training and further education. Organization is the key. As I mentioned earlier and just showed an example of the tech roadmap, that is not the only organizational tool that we have available at DigiKerma. We have a number of tools that we implement, including, again, Monday.com and some of these that help define what needs to be done, who's doing it, and when it's supposed to be done. There are so many different things going on at a startup. You have to have that organization. Gain internal and external requirements early. Internal requirements sometimes are a lot less simpler to get than the external requirements with a client. But you have to be able to identify, as a CTO, is your organization getting the internal requirements of what a platform, a product, or a service is supposed to be and what is going to be provided. Gain internal and external requirements, or as I mentioned early. So don't wait till the last minute, or don't wait until you're close to launch. This is something from example that we've had to suffer through and find out that if we would have just had, again, either one of those, internal or external requirements, sooner than we received them or acted on them, we would be a lot farther along than we are today. After action review, as I had mentioned earlier, I was in the military, and one of the largest things or best things that we could do after an event was have an after action review. Identify what went right, identify what went wrong, and identify what could be changed. This is, again, another invaluable tool to be able not to repeat mistakes or to make sure that you're productive and moving forward with what you need to do after you've completed some type of task. I thank you for allowing me to speak at this summit. If you're interested in getting a hold of me at DigiKerma, you can reach out to me at greg@carbonkerma.com or greg@digikerma.com. And we're located here in Herndon, Virginia. And also take a look at our website to really get a better understanding of what we're trying to do at www.carbonkerma.com. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Greg. This was very insightful. I think it's a great way of looking how to manage technology teams and how to drill down. And I think it's, I love the transition and implementation of your experiences in the Army, etc., and bring that discipline to this makes a major difference, because quite a lot of times we see challenges with the teams in technology area that has challenged by the discipline which is necessary to move forward.
Okay.
I would like to understand a couple of things. For example, what is your kind of a typical? You said you started 3 people, but how you grow? Like, what are the key not only roles but specific things that you're looking in a startup? Like, who should be there in a startup at least? Like, could you give me a couple of examples? Like, what would you say if you have only 3 people in your organization? what kind of assets that they should bring to that organization?
Yeah, I think when we started, we had obviously the founder, we had a director of finance and a director of technology, which worked, but there were a lot of things that were missing. We brought on a director of operations. And so what we really started to see is that, again, we needed operations, we needed finance. And then even after that, marketing and sales came after that. So what we started to see is that though we were developing a platform and technically we knew how to do it. We knew what it was going to cost. We knew what we wanted to deliver, but how are we going to market that? How were we going to sell that? So we found it very important that we start bringing a marketing and sales organization, or at least folks that were from that background, to be able to help implement, because that's the problem. If you can get, focused in a box and not look out, where are the external influences and what's the question why, as a customer or a client or whatever, why would I be interested in purchasing that? Again, you can get into this is what we're going to build and this is how we're going to build and this is when it's going to be complete. But at the end, is what you're building relevant? So and what problem does it solve? What requirement does it solve? What are the options out there? So we had to take a step back and kind of look at, again, looking from a technical and a procedural view, what do we do to be able to provide that as a service or product to to our clients or our customer base?
Sure.
So, and then I think part of that on top of that also is how do we bring it, we didn't have one person specifically in charge of the whole effort. We had different silos. We had technology, we had marketing, we had, maybe finance, but we didn't have one role that was to bring us all together and assign us, in essence, work plan or responsibilities, because we were all kind of siloed. And we brought in a chief of staff, director of operations, and they helped provide that direction of, basically herding the cats, if you will, to be able to get that accomplished. So
yeah, no, just great. And let me see if there's any questions out there. So we're gonna chat with you later in the panel, and looking forward to it. Thank you very much for your time, and we'll go to the next speaker.
Good, thank you.
Hi, everyone. I know the next speaker very well. It's one of the people that I come across pretty closely, and it's quite interesting. Every morning I do end up seeing him on the mirror. I'll be the presenter for next one, and why is the toughest of all? And I'll be talking a little bit of what a CTO, if you want to be a CTO, how to become a CTO, and what is the day-to-day life of CTO. So just to give you a little bit of a background on me, I've been a long time in different industries like automotive and finance, but my largest career is mostly in Microsoft. But I've been in kind of a mostly startup positions. I've been doing the new roles, new products in there. And one of the great experiences I had was to be able to live in different countries. So I lived in 8 different countries and enjoyed. I worked in every continent except Latin America, I would say. And I enjoyed, and that really helps me to see internationally what are the challenges, what are the different approaches to the CTO roles. So with that, let me try to share my screen and start putting. Interesting. Give me a second. I don't know if you can see. Here we are. All right. So as I said, I will be talking about why is the toughest of all questions, and we'll talk a little bit more on that and how to become a CTO. So obviously, last several months showed us that we are really drinking water from a fire hydrant. I mean, it's one of the important things that we will be doing it is enjoying change. And to be honest, it's not a natural instinct of human beings. Human beings don't like change. It's very instinctive to stay stable and not change. But if you're decided to become a CTO, change is part of your life. If you don't like to change, then you're in a very tough situation because it's getting faster and faster. I mean, what we talked about 6 months ago about AI, and it's completely different that we are talking about it now. And it's going to get faster, and it's going to be very diversified. So changing is it's going to be quick out there. One of my favorite quotes is from Alvin Toffler, and Alvin Toffler says that on 21st century, people are not going to be literate or illiterate, but there's going to be the people who learn, unlearn, and relearn stuff, because the change is going to happen very fast. And Alvin Toffler is one of the futurist people. Do you know when did he say this? It was 1970s. So he foresees what's happening today, that is going to be so fast of a change. You learn, unlearn, relearn, and otherwise you won't be able to survive. And this is very valid for CTO position as much as quite a lot of other positions in the world. You need to learn fast. Then make sure that you keep the experiences, but unlearn what you learned. Then how are you going to learn this fast in there? So AI is one of the tools that we are going to leverage. I think it's very important. I start looking at it. I need to and start leveraging as soon as ChatGPT and other tools start showing up. I mean, it started with the search engines. We find ways to look at it. Obviously, LinkedIn, the people that you follow and the organizations and technologies that you follow, the discussions, any kind of social media that is discussing it, LinkedIn, Reddit, and things like GitHub are the tools that we need to leverage. The other thing that is very challenging for CTOs is to have to keep track of what's happening in the business. Obviously, day to day, I read things like Wall Street and Financial Times, etc. But one of the things that I leverage most is abstract.com. It basically brings like 2-3 page summary of business books that comes out. And then I read those. If it's interesting enough, I buy the book and read the rest of it. But the amount of things that's been published at the moment, you need to leverage tools like abstract.com to be able to get just a couple of pages of the business applications and business tools, etc., to be able to decide if you're going to be. Obviously, blogs and vlogs, video logs, etc., and conferences like this, it allows you to quickly access to the learning fast objective. So this is one of those things that we need to really enjoy the change, enjoy learning, and it's not going to stop. And for many years, I give welcome and onboarding to employees in Microsoft. And one of the things that I said, you're in an industry, you need to enjoy change. If you believe that you're going to learn something and leverage that knowledge for next 4 or 5 years, 10 years, or until your retirement, this is not the industry. You need to really enjoy and learning, and not only learning, but be able to throw away your learning and unlearn and relearn the new things that comes with it. So this is a very important part of it, and it's going to be looking at it. The other thing that's very important is, while you're going to obviously follow the hypes, but what's next? you need to really look at it as a CTO, what's next in there, how is relevant to the startup that you are in, and how is important. So the rest of the people in your organization have luxury to concentrate and be an expert on the technology that you have chosen to develop your startup. But you have a job that's very important. What's next? What's coming up? Is it relevant to our business? How important it is? And this becomes a very important thing. So last 3 or 4 months, 6 months, if you just concentrated on AI, are not looking the rest of it, what about quantum? What about augmented reality, virtual reality, edge computing? What did you miss? And this is a very important part of it. It's you need to be on top of everything else. Yes, AI is the hot topic at the moment, but what about the rest of the stuff? Because people are not stopping. Quantum computing is starting. For example, did you follow that yesterday? People announced that they managed to do some quantum computations in a normal computers. Doesn't need a quantum application. There's a real news. You need to go and check. Is it relevant to your business or your startup? It's a very important part of it, because if you are anywhere like doing any kind of a blockchain or encryption, etc., for example, quantum computing progress is going to impact you very significantly, and you need to be very aware of what's happening in there. Okay, this is my rule of thumb. Okay, first hour of the day, this is after you wake up, etc., is you need to really look at the news, spend time, and understand what's been changed and learn new stuff. I put the rule first hour of the day plus 8 hours. So working day, let's assume, is 5 days in a week. So you have 5 first hours of the day plus in total 8 hours that you should spend learning new stuff, okay, and understanding new stuff. I know it's not going to be feasible to do it if you're planning of doing it just 40 hours days. 40 hours weeks, okay? It is not easy to be able to just concentrate on your day-to-day challenges in a startup. There is obviously people in the startup, there's different roles, and CTO is not one of them. CTO needs to look outside of the actual day-to-day problems and look at the other areas. So my rule of thumb, I would like to spend about a total of 13 hours per week, at least, to learn, kick the tires, and look at the new things in there. So how do I manage that? And I'm pretty bad on organizing my day, but I block hours. I block hours of first hour of the day. Whatever your day starts, it's being 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 6 a.m., and make sure that that 1 hour is not concentrated on the urgent and issues that's happening in your organization, but important stuff that you need to look at the future. So as a CTO, your rule of thumb, you need to start looking at the future. You can concentrate on today, and if you enjoy concentrating on it today, there's other rules in the organization. So make sure that not only that you do urgent stuff, but you need to do important stuff. And first hour of the day, looking at the future, looking at the new technology is an important part of it. Perceptions and assumptions is the mother of all wrongs. And make sure that you understand what is the impact of these technologies in your systems and be able to implement those, okay? So, and concentrate on those technologies to go a little bit deeper, maybe kick the tires, maybe put your hands dirty and utilize it. That's the 8 hours per week that we're talking about. So it's very important to be able to look at what is your thinking, what did you miss, what's your perceptions, and talk with your colleagues to understand how relevant these new things that you are learning and implementing in there. And that doesn't have to be only computer technology. It could be any other technology as well. I mean, if you are any kind of a warehousing or distribution type of logistics company, you need to look at robotics. And you could be a healthcare CTO, then you should be looking at the medical information that's coming up as well. So in that 13 hours per week, you really have to look at the future and understand how it's going to impact your organization. And as a CTO, you should be looking at it. Why do I say first hour of the day and not last hour of the day? One of the main reasons for it is you want to be on top of the news, okay? As a CTO, people expect you to be on top of technologies, top of the news that's coming up. So in next meeting that you're going to go in, if somebody says, did you hear about the augmented reality new game that's just been released out there, or the display that's been announced yesterday, these are very valid information. I know it because I spent first hour of the day today looking at the stuff. And do you know about it? You should be able to say yes, okay? And that's a very important thing. Are there going to be things that are going to be missed? Yes, but you will be on top of it better than the rest of the people, okay? If you do this thing the end of the day, over the night, in the international places all around the world, there'll be new news come up. And in the morning, in your first meeting, if somebody says, did you hear what Japan just announced about the quantum computing? You don't want to be saying, oh, no, I have no idea. Let me check it. Okay. So this is a good rule of thumb. And I hope you're going to utilize it to make sure it's important. All right. Patents and not patents. Okay, it's very important that you bring in the patents. Innovation is very important. So as a startup, you really need to look at the way that you're going to changing the business that you're in, or the competition that you're going to go against. And innovation is a very important part of it. So it's very important to look at all the different technologies that comes with it. You need to kick the tires. Anybody knows why kick the tires? It's an important expression. Everybody thinks that kick the tires is when you go and check a new car and you kick the tires and you look around and pretend that you know what you're looking at. Okay, that's not the case. Kick the tires actually started when in the old days, early days of automotive, when the tires actually punctured. And people get really upset and they kick the tires to take their frustration out of the car. Okay. There's also other reasons for it. For example, even the chariots and horse-ridden carts that's been utilized. The driver, before they get on the chariot, they would kick their tires to get rid of the mud from their feet. So kick the tires means that not only just hands-on looking at things. Most important part of it, I love the expression of that, having a punctured tire and getting upset and kicking at it. I'm a big believer that you learn from your mistakes, and you should be hands-on enough to do the kicking the tires and failures and see the new technology and understand the new technology. So one of the things that I believe you learn more from your mistakes than actually your successes. So kicking the tires allows you to have that failures and be able to understand what's happening in there. Don't get me wrong. As a CTO, you have no luxury to be an expert in that one technology. Okay. That's when, after you kick the tires, understand what's happening, you need to hand it over, if decided to utilize in the organization, somebody else in the organization to be the expert on that. With the speed and the technologies happening in there, you have no luxury of becoming an expert in the technologies that you are in. So you need to find somebody who's going to become the expert and help you understand what's happening in that technology in the future. The other thing that's very important for a CTO, especially if you are building a team, a CTO team for the technology perspective, is knowing yourself and the team, and understand things like Myers-Briggs or Strength Finder to figure out what's happening. Let me give you an example. I was building, I've been pulled in a new product in Microsoft, and I was supposed to bring a technology team that's going to bring the solutions to the customers. Okay. Initially, it was me and somebody in my team, and two of us, we were great architects. We knew the technology inside out. We know how to talk to customers, how to build up. And my boss said, "Hey, I'm going to start giving you the headcounts. I have one headcount for you. What would you like to hire?" And I said, "I need a content and organizational person who's going to publish this for us." He goes, "You're crazy." He goes, "You have a technology team. You need to get another architect. There's customers waiting for you." I go, no. This was one of the hardest discussions I had with my boss and the team, and actually my boss's boss as well, to say, no, we need a content publisher. They go, finally they give in. And we hired this person who really put a chaos, put an order to the chaos. Okay. Me and the other architect, we were great at solving customer problems, and we were great satisfying the customers. The problem is we were not scalable. We needed somebody who takes that content that we are creating and publish it out, so we don't have to repeat ourselves and go it, and we can transfer that knowledge to the rest of the organization. And after that, we grew up to be about like 20 people organization in a very short period of time. And that person that we got it as a content publisher became one of the most valuable person in the organization, in the team, because we could create we could solve the problems, and he would just take them and publish them and show it in there. So I've been always grateful. Knowing yourself is very important. I'm not a great organizer. I'm not a great publisher. All right. I can solve problems and I can create content, but I don't know how to publish it, making sure that it reaches to the right people at the right level. And that's a very important thing. Leverage tools that's happening out there. Strength Finder is a great one. Myers-Briggs, etc., for your team and yourself, so you know what part you are missing and what to bring in your organization. Stay on top of the why. We talked about the why, and why is you need to know your business. Okay. Even you're a CTO, you don't have a luxury to stay away from the business. Okay. You cannot just stay in the technology. Some of the people in your organization will be able to do that, engineering managers, etc. But as a CTO, you need to understand what kind of business you are in and be able to actually understand what's the impact of potential technologies that in the future that's coming up is going to impact that. Okay. Look at things like, somebody mentioned earlier in the talks about Uber. Uber is great, but what happened to the taxi business? Taxi business ignore that there's apps happening, there's cell phones, and people wants to access the taxi services, and they completely ignore. And Uber, without having any taxis or any cars available to them, they create a business and really hurt the taxi business in overall. So it's very important to understand where you're in. So every business that I join as a CTO or architect or technology manager, I make sure that I understand. For financial institutions, I spend time with the teller, back office, traders, etc., to understand what's happening. With automotive, I was actually in the factory understanding how are we building this. So knowing the technology is not enough unless you can start looking at it from a business perspective. You need to identify why, the problem. Okay, what is the challenge? taxi business should have understood that accessing to them is difficult. You need to call them, you need to give them the address, you need to tell them when to come, and hope that the taxi drivers take that information, which is by voice only, and transfer it from the dispatcher to that, and finally gets you there. Okay, without understanding why, you're going to be very much challenged. Okay, I have a very good example. It was about a week ago, I believe it was in the news. Again, first hour of the day, I was looking at it, and Google and Wendy's did an AI implementations in their drive-thru. Okay, it was very exciting for technology people, and it wasn't very exciting for the customers. Nobody got excited when you go drive-thru. There's an experimentation of AI is happening when you're ordering. Okay, because number one need of a drive-thru customer is to do things fast, and the AI technologies that's been implemented at the moment didn't make things go fast. Okay, so it is one of those things that it was interesting to see as a technologist perspective. How AI is going to be implemented in the kind of a drive-thru food business. Okay, but on the other hand, the customers weren't happy because the drive-thru wasn't fast enough, and the AI wasn't fast enough to be able to do that. So these are the things that you need to looking at it. After that, it's very easy to look at what, how, who, when, because those are the things that the answer is very easy. Is why. What to do? Do we need to do an AI implementation for food ordering? Maybe, yeah, we can do that. But why are we doing that? What is the number one need of the drive-thru customers? Is drive-thru customers wants to go fast. Unless you are making their life faster, is not important for them. It's an AI or not, or a person answering that. Then you need to look at it: how, who, when. And these answers in the bottom, what, how, who, when, it could be in the future answered by AI. I think that's going to happen. But why is the one that needs to be answered by you and human being. Until you can ask that question, why, and get the answer from it, and be able to put it in a piece of paper, in words and sentences, then what, how, who, when becomes a very easy things to answer. So this was just a summary of how to be a CTO and what are the key things in there. So thank you all for that. I don't know what's timing perspective and how are we doing it in there. Let me look at it very quickly on the timing in there. Give me a second. And so I have 4 or 5 minutes before our next speakers for question answers. Anybody would like to put any answers to it? Any questions? Sorry, not the answers, the questions. So overall, I think it's very important that you are looking at the different areas of the great. Edgar is ready, and let me quickly change to that. Edgar is our last speaker. How a CTO be a part of strategic decisions in your organization. And he's a CTO of Grupo Alto, and he has a lot of different experiences in North, Central, and South American businesses. And he does a lot of risk management, data management, IT solutions for financial institutions, logistics, communications, retail. So I'm looking forward to hearing his insights on how to make sure that CTOs are part of the strategic decisions in there. Hi, Edgar. How are you?
Hi, Murad. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. And looking forward to your speech. And thank you very much for joining us. And you are the last speaker of the day before we do the panel out there. So I'm looking forward to hearing your insights.
That's great. I'm going to share my screen, so please let me know
Yes.
if you guys are looking at it right now. So it should be
Yes.
you should
We
be
are
looking
seeing
at
it.
it right now.
Yes.
Okay. So let's start. A couple of years ago, I had the privilege of hearing Tony Nadal, who is Nadal's uncle, in a TED Talk. And it was really amazing because he was very bold about his presentation. When he was talking, he was telling us a story about the first time that, probably not the first time, but Nadal was playing Federer. We could call it the GOAT. And Nadal was asking his uncle, hey, what are my odds here? And Tony Nadal, when he was telling us about his story, he said, well, the first thing that I told him is his forehand. Well, he has the first best forehand in history. Your forehand is not that good. And your backhand, oh, he has a great backhand. And your backhand, well, it's not that good. And so on and so on. And eventually Nadal went like, hey, dude, you're my uncle. Why are you destroying me? And he was like, you're not paying me to tell you that you're right. You're telling me to be bold, and let's find a solution together. So why I'm telling you this story right now, it's because I would like to have that ability right now, just to tell you how I've been seeing things the last couple of years and how can we walk through them. So let's start with some facts. The first one, it's only 15 to 20% of CEOs have actually a data tech based foundation. And actually, if you look a little bit deeper on that, we realize that actually only companies that are tech related have CTO related companies. So that's something that might be disturbing. We are not actually doing our job. If we look at it, 10, 15 years ago, McKinsey started saying that data was going to be the new oil. It was going to be the new gold. It was going to be the new diamonds. And only having 15 to 20% of companies with CEOs that have a data tech based foundation is not that good. Yes, we have been improving, but it's not quite there. Second, data revolution, as I mentioned before, is not as revolutionary as expected. Actually, in 2018, and that was a high record, 38% of the companies that we were talking with said that actually they are data-driven companies. And just to be a little bit sad about it, actually after COVID, after everything that happened, those companies went from 37 to 23%. Why? My perception is because they actually, when they started to be more digitalized, they started learning what means to be data-driven company, and they realized they thought they were there, but reality is they're not there yet. So again, 23% mentioning that 15 years ago we are supposed to be the fourth revolution of the industry. It's not that good. Only 1 out of 5 companies. And finally, well, you know what happened with the startups the last couple of years, and sadly, I believe that tech has been a tool for valuation, not for value creation. So yes, if you are a tech company, they can easily sell your company 15x revenue. You can actually sell your company based on the ability that you'll have to build clients, to build data. But reality is that only 1% of tech companies reach Series F. I don't know if everyone is familiar with that concept, but it's how far or how big a startup company actually makes a business. They have to prove a number of data, of customers, of revenue, of sales in order to start reaching those stages, and only 0.05% reach each stage. So yes, we all know the risk is high, don't take me wrong, but I believe, and this is me talking, that the reason for that is because Tech startups are not meant to create value, are meant to be highly valuated, which for some businesses it's great, but this is CTOs talking. This is people that want to make a difference. We truly need a difference. Okay, so this is some quotes that I got from people. The first one, and again, we were talking a little bit about the past. Where were we? What has been happening? And the first thing that I got is you can do 100 things right, but one operational issue burns you. For a second, let's think how many of us have done a great job during the week. We have changed, we have made migrations, we have new functionalities, and the laptop of that new VP C-level person doesn't work. And the next phrase that you receive from your team is, the IT team is not that good. How many of you have built a really good functionality after following or maybe even looking for people to give you a proper definition? And when you actually finish it and you feel that you did a great job, someone comes in and says, you know, that functionality was not what I was expecting. So at the end, we have a very, very big problem is operationally speaking, we can be easily burned. We can do great in terms of innovation. We can do great in terms of development, but operation issues can burn you. Can burn you your time, how people perceive you, how can you do a better job. So that's a fact. The second thing, and probably you have heard it as well, is tech has been used as a catchy phrase and not a tool to transform your company. And yes, if it's between us talking, I was talking to someone yesterday and they were talking about ChatGPT. Probably now we are catchy again because ChatGPT has helped us. Most of you probably have a new friend, which is ChatGPT. If you don't have it, make it your best friend. Sorry for the parentheses, but it's important. I don't think ChatGPT is going to change the industry right now, but we need to be prepared when that happens because it's going to happen. So if ChatGPT is not your best friend at the time, make it your best friend. But what I was telling is that a couple of days ago, I heard that Google is updating their BART AI tool. And I was thinking that I've been using BART for the last 3 or 4 years. So reality is a lot of the things that have been happening should not be new for us. But the moment that they appear in the industry for a lot of people that are more concerned into the business, are more concerned about doing cool stuff, well, it does become an issue. So basically, we have to make sure that those catchy phrases don't change us. We have to make sure that actually those tools are meant to transform the company. Actually, before this conversation, I did ask ChatGPT and I asked, hey, how should we build our processes? Should we build our processes based on technological tools? Or if we truly understand our processes, we should find the proper tool. And ChatGPT actually said, hey, you should know your processes well and then build your tools. So make sure that that happens. And I insist all these quotes are things that damage us. I believe that the moment that our CEO comes in and says, hey, ChatGPT, hey, data scientist, hey, unstructured data, hey, machine learning, we tend to accept that. And I insist, we have to make sure that our job is to make sure that even though we use all these catchy phrases as a speech of sale, it's important, don't take me wrong, we actually look for it as an operational advantage. How are we going to support our business? How are we going to support our sales? Because our product is X times better because of the functionality, the technology that I bring in. Lastly, tech is sold as the savior of all our problems. And actually, the CTO is the first one to fail as he tends to oversell and therefore under-delivers. How many times have you been in that situation that someone asks you, hey, how long it's going to take that new app? And you have the best of concerns. Probably you have been sleeping less than everyone else. and you would go and say 3 months. 3 months and 1 day later, everyone is going to punish you, and everyone is going to say, hey, you didn't solve our problems. So be very concerned about that. Do our processes. I'm pretty sure that most of you guys are really similar to how I am. We're highly structured. We tend to go step by step. So trust your instincts, trust your skills. So try not to oversell. Try to actually, I guess it's better to undersell and over deliver. People tend to be more grateful about that. Yes, at the beginning it's really hard. If you come in and say, I'll see you in 5 months, people will get very stressed, but there are tools around that. You can deliver by stages, you can deliver prototypes, and there's plenty of tools that I'm pretty sure that you guys are aware of. But I guess the message, and as I said, tech is sold as the savior of all our problems. And I think we truly are not. We are just a really important part of the business. We should be more important as time comes by, as companies. It doesn't really matter the industry. They have to be more evolved, they have to be more digital, and all of that will happen thanks to our work. Said that, what can we do to actually become a strategic partner in that small table? And before sending those messages, I truly believe that we can make a difference. Myself, the last couple of years, I've been trying to learn how to do it better, and I realized that I have to train. Technically speaking, over the years, I'm less technical than I used to be. That has been really painful for me, but I have been accepting it. There's great people in my team that can do the technical part. I have to do other stuff to help them. And one of them, it's actually I'm starting to become a member of boards. It really doesn't matter if it's actually the only rule that I have is I don't want tech companies because I want to learn. I want to be part of a company that actually doesn't know anything about technology or they don't mind about technology to see how can I be better. I insist. If eventually I can bring value, great. But what I'm looking forward is actually understanding how those companies move, how they understand their problems, how they find value, and eventually, if I can be better, well, I can bring a higher value to our teams, to our peers, and to our companies. So said that, probably the first thing is set boundaries. Try to establish what really brings value into your business. People tend to throw problems. Monday, a couple of problems. Tuesday, a couple of problems. Your band-wide is 5. By Wednesday, you have 7 problems. At the end of the week, you have 12, but your band-wide still 5. So try to set boundaries. Be very concerned on how you have a team for your OPEX, a team for your CAPEX, a team for your support, and try to involve yourself into CAPEX. Try to involve yourself into projects that bring value. I truly believe that given our skills, given our expertise, we are capable, and that's the time for us. So if possible, try to disconnect yourself from the daily basis operation. You have your teams, you have your protocols, you have your processes, trust your people, but make sure that you are involved in really what matters to your company. How can you bring value? Sorry. So in the same side, as the moment that you're capable of setting those boundaries, like I said before, set yourself in the side of value creation. Make sure that anything and everything you're doing, well, everything probably it's way too much, but try to choose a couple of things that actually create value. How are you going to make a difference in that sale? Which at the end it's important, even though our job is highly technical, that's what brings food to the table, selling. So make sure that you're in that part. Don't forget how smart we are. And yes, I am being very totalitarian, and that's usually wrong, but we are smart guys. I'm pretty sure most of you guys are. So don't hide yourselves. Actually, something that might sound like I'm praising you, it's totally the opposite. We tend to hide ourselves. We tend to to be behind the curtains. Don't do that. Look for problems. Americans tend to love the word opportunities. Forget for a second the word opportunities. Look for problems. You have the ability, you have the capabilities to fix those problems and make sure those problems are actually going to make your company better. Finally, as continuing on that idea, become an aggregator of problems. So make sure that when people actually need something to be fixed, when people try to understand what's happening, you are that guy that they want to call. So something that is really important, and I think it's one of the reasons, and it's not the objective of this conversation, but why project management is an issue is because people tend to give us an answer for a problem that they do not understand. They ask us for a mockup, and based on that mockup, we have to come back a couple of months later with a development. And the moment they see that, they realize that it was not exactly what they needed because they haven't actually figured out the problem. So you guys have that ability. Guys have the ability to understand problems. So become an aggregator of problems. Show people. I insist. Don't fear to hide yourself. Probably some of you, at least I am. I'm not the most social person in the world. Actually, this for me talking to you guys, it's an issue. It's hard for me. But we have to get out there. We have to show and prove people that we actually know better, that we can actually bring value, and that we can actually understand and help them understand the problems and eventually build solutions together. Um, Finally, this is really important, and probably this might sound wrong, but we have to actually choose whether we actually want to solve the problem or hide the pain. And either one can be right at the right moment, but you do have to choose which kind of person you want to be. So you're that person that's going to take your time, that actually is going to understand what's happening or solve the problem, or just going to give a painkiller so problems don't show up. I insist, not every company has the moment, the maturity, and the right instance where a solver is what they need. Um, but again, this is not about what the company needs, is what you have to become. And I do believe that we need to choose who we are. And either one, we're going to find a place in the organization. Um, Finally, and my objective is maybe if people have questions or just give you some time back so the panel, we can do it. It's a couple of quotes. So the first one, and this was said by Netscape founder. He said, "Software is eating the world." This happened like 10 years ago, and this is happening in all sectors. Actually, in the future, every company will become a software company. So I don't want to say this as again praising. Actually, I think this is a great challenge. This is a lot of pressure for us because people, industries have been saying that for the last 10, 15 years. And to be honest, I don't think we fully understand what that means. And maybe we do, but it doesn't matter what we think. Remember, this is a table. There are several C people, some of them which they don't know how to turn off their cell phone. And some of them, and maybe they're even better than us, but they chose a different path. We have lawyers, we have salespeople, we have operational people. There's plenty. Um, said that, this is actually a challenge, and we have to make sure that we understand what it means. Second, and probably the person on the right, you do know who he is. Bill Gates said once, "The advent of technology is based on making it fit in so that you don't really even notice it. So it's part of everyday life." So again, this is me trying to send a challenge. How do we make our technology very smooth, how it flows, how people start believing, understanding that by using technology, their life is easier. It's not a problem. It's not a new problem on their hands. It's not something new. It's actually, hey, I'm always used to doing something, and actually this helps me doing it better. Um, just to finish, it's I spent a lot of time trying to get people out of Excel because of our business, of what we're building. If someone is on Excel, means that they're doing something that they should not be doing. But people love Excel. People feel that they can talk with Excel, that they can actually do their stuff in Excel. And that's a great job. They made it part of our daily basis activities. And you have people that have no idea how to use Excel, but they feel that they do. So what I'm trying to say here is they have made a great job in doing that, making people feel they're really good at something, technologically speaking, and that's something that we all of us should be looking for. Um, at the end, I think that our job is to actually find that fit. So let's give it a try. Let's keep trying to set those boundaries. Let's make sure that we are part of value creation. Like you said, let's aggregate value and choose whether you want to solve problems or hide pain. Um, I think it only went 20 minutes, so I don't know if there's time for any questions or we go directly to the panel. Thank you for your time. Hopefully, I did send some messages, and once again, thanks for hearing out.
Hi everyone, and Edgar, that's great. And we still have about 15 minutes. I'm not sure if we have all the speakers in there. Your example was very good about Excel, and that's one of those things that Microsoft is very proud to create because everybody loves using it, etc. And one interesting information that I can give it to you, nearly last 5 years. It's a group in Microsoft, including Bill Gates, and he comes for special projects, is how to make Excel relevant on touchscreen without a keyboard and mouse. And it's a very tough challenge, but as you know, the computing is going more and more on the touch screens, and how to make the Excel relevant on those is something that Microsoft has been working significantly, trying to make sure that the Excel continues to be a popular tool within the new generation of devices and people.
That's really cool. It's amazing how a mouse and a keyboard, which is so unnatural, if you put it from a perspective, it's very natural for us. Like people, how Microsoft was able to do it because they were the first one to do it. It's amazing. So it's great that you guys are working on that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one of the things that I try to give people is like they don't realize that is a learn behaviors. This thing, like, I mean, we learn. I mean, I come from older generation, which I seen green screens and function keys and the keyboards. Then the mouse and the became a very important tool in there. Then now the new generation wants touch screens. I mean, they don't even use keyboards very much, voice activation, etc. So, Edgar, where do you see about when you are very talking very clearly so about CTOs are not easy job and is a very challenging job from the startup perspective. Where do you see that the difference between, let's say, CIO and CTO in an organization?
Well, actually, that's a really good question because when we were building our CTO office, we realized that actually what I do is more of a CI office. My team actually has data, has technology, and I think the problem of being a CTO, it's big enough already. It's challenging enough. We need to know about back end, front end, everything that is happening with the cloud has also made a new challenge. Cybersecurity, even though if you're not a CISO, you have to know about that. And when you actually put that I into perspective, well, a new world comes in. So you now have databases is right in the middle, but you do have analytics, you have models, probably people that come from, I'm actually a mathematician, so we come from a world that actually a linear regression is actually stronger than a machine learning, but reality is because we learn about machine learning before we learn about linear regressions, but now technology allows us to do machine learning, artificial intelligence. So I think that's what's been happening is that the technological challenges are just getting bigger and bigger. So if you actually want to become more the I rather than the T, I think that it's not about technology skills. I think those we can manage. There are going to be tools to make us experts on machine learning or artificial intelligence faster than it took us to be experts on backend. What I truly believe that we need to focus ourselves is how we become better communicators. I think that's one of the skills that we're not very good at. People don't tend to understand us. I think that we need to be better at explaining people where we are really strong. We are engineers before the computing part or the data part. So we have to show people that our skills in building methodologies make us very, very different, very, very powerful. And lastly, I think that we need to make sure that we're highly focused. As we have so many problems, we have to make sure that if we are going to be a chief information officer, we're actually spending our time on information, making sure how that information actually brings value.
Yeah, I think what you said as well is quite important. Is what is the kind of level? And I love your example about handing over certain things to other team members after discovering it's viable in the for the business that you are in. The new technologies you hand it over to other people. So is this something that do you have any other examples? Like what are the things that you rely on somebody else to follow on those technologies?
Yes. So before getting there, something that you did say, how people evolve, just to make it a little bit more relaxed. If you deliver my daughter something that it's not touchscreen, she says it's broken. She's 5 years. So
yeah.
So that's a reality, how people tend to evolve, and we need to evolve with them. Something that has worked a lot with us is what we call bridges. Reality, like I said, we are not great communicators. For us, technology, it's actually very hard to develop, which is not the same for the rest of the people. That might sound wrong, but it's not wrong. We understand building how hard it is to build a TV. It's very, very hard. Even though today we do it on a massive aspect, building a TV has years of experience, have a lot of technology. But when you go and talk to someone who is not tech enabled, well, TV is easy. You just turn it on and turn it off. And actually, if it's not working, you just hit it and actually starts working. So that's a great challenge because actually I was reading about, there is this concept that says that as well. Let's put it easy. Actually, Einstein used to say it a lot. The more you know, the more ignorant you are.
Yeah.
So there's plenty of studies around that, and I think that's a challenge. So what we have been building is these bridges, these people that, I think it went out for a second. Can you hear me?
No, you're good. No, you're good.
Okay.
I can hear.
So we have these people that actually are learning how to communicate with us, trying to make us not lose or waste time, but at the same time making the business understand what we're doing. We are not inventing the word. It's like what product owners or good product owners do is what product coordinators do. But it's something that we probably what we're trying to get here is we're trying to teach the technologist how to speak better rather than someone that's a really good communicator become a technologist.
Yeah. No, definitely. I agree. I love your example about your daughter. It's similar to my son. I had to explain to him about username and password, and I said, like, so the computer knows that who you are and you're the right one. And he goes, "What do you mean? I go in front of the Xbox Kinect and it just recognizes me." It's like for him, it was a very really going backwards to put a username and password because when he was born, he was just go in front of a computer and says hello and start working for you. So it's very important to be able to make everybody understand the audience that you are in. Like it could be people who grew up with this thing, or it could be something revolutionary for certain people when they see it's happening. Edgar, I think it's time we start going to the panel discussion, and let me ask moderator to start putting other people in there. Is there any last things you'd like to add before we go to the panel while they're coming in?
No, I guess just to finish, remember that again, what we were talking before, people tend to say that they're great at technology. Reality is that they're not. They use a lot of technology. So be empathic about that. Don't waste your time saying, hey, you don't know. I guess use your time in explaining them, showing them how hard our job is and how we can actually help them to build value together.
All right. Thank you, Edgar. Thank you for a great talk. And Shawn and John, welcome. And thank you for joining for the panel. So what I'm going to do, we have several questions that's been asked by the audience and also from previous meetings that we had. So I'm going to ask those questions, and including myself and three of you. Let's take turns and answer this question, then we can do discussions about that. What are the key skills that a CTO should possess to lead a high-performing tech team? Anybody wants to take a first challenge on that? Couple of minutes, quick question.
Well, they've got to be able to communicate well, just like Edgar said. That's a key piece of this. The hardest part of managing a tech org is not writing code. It's people. That's the toughest problem. So getting very, very good at communication is, I think, a top priority for leaders.
Yeah. Any other
comment? One of the things I've come to appreciate in working with organizations and thinking about just, we like to think that humans we're very advanced now. We've changed a lot, but I don't think we're that much different than our ancestors that sat around fires and told stories and learned how to work together. The fundamentals of the human experience are largely the same. So when you're leading a team and you're trying to produce a product, what you're really trying to do, if anything that's lasted, is what we now call from past cultures, cultural artifacts. So sometimes they were objects of art, but a lot of times they were common things that had some artisan approach. So we see a lot of, urns, vases, architecture, things like that lasted. And so what you have to understand as a CTO is that if you want to create a product, the product cannot be better than the culture. So being able to develop that culture and coach that team, your team, and help them develop, and being patient and going through the stages of, you don't just form a high-performing team. You go through a period of formation of learning each other. There's some storm where people learn to work with each other, and then there's a normalization. But the normalization is the stage that hopefully leads to the high-performing team. So and as you grow the organization, you'll go through elements of that over and over again. But realizing, you cannot expect to develop more than where your team culturally is at. And so, appreciating that also helps form your organization and other things, because you won't get the architecture or any of the quality or anything else that's not inherently part of how you organize and work together.
Thank you. Edgar?
I guess I first of all, I love your hat, John. I have to say it. Said that, and really the last couple of months, and I won't bring anything new from what Shawn and John said. I truly agree with them. The last 6 months, I am really thinking about it, pursuing a PhD in psychology, which it might it probably doesn't make any sense.
No, it does.
But
yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
A lot of sense.
Yeah. When we want to get good at technology, when we want to get good at code, we read about the hardware, we read about the CPU, we read about what makes it tick. We want to get good at managing people at scale. We've got to know social. We've got to know psychology. We've got to understand that.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I think it's very important. And one of the other skills that I believe it's very important to have as a CTO is I see CTO as kind of in athleticism or in the gymnastics, a coach, or they build this human towers, a coach that is really leading that thing, but should have enough confidence to be able to jump in any of the stages and jump in there and hold on to the the challenge. Like if the gymnast is falling, coach is there to make sure that is there to catch it. Okay, and I think CTO needs to project that confidence that they can, pull up their sleeves and really put in there if need be. Doesn't mean that they're going to be the best in there, but they'll jump in and do that and do a good job of it. So how do you ensure that the tech team is scalable and can handle growth and changes in technology? Welcome, Greg.
I think John actually did a great intro on that. I truly believe that it's about culture. You have to build a culture around that change. It's okay. As humans, we tend to dislike change. And I think in the world that we are today, change, it has to be part of your culture. And handle growth, I think it's about talent. If you don't spend time on building talent, you won't be able to scale. And probably that sound wrong if you talk to human resources, because they're more into succession and actually finding someone new. I think it's more about making sure that you have the right talent. If you do, they'll bring the right people. And if eventually they want to leave, actually it's going to be great, because they're going to find new challenges and somehow involve you as well.
Greg, we're talking about how to ensure that the tech team is scalable and can handle growth and changes in technology. So while we are thinking that, John or Shawn, would you like to jump in?
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, I think one of the key pieces of making sure your tech team can scale is, understanding the downsides of, large bureaucratic orgs and siloing, and putting in systems in place right from the start to avoid that. Right? Really encourage asynchronous communication, openness, that anyone can bring any issue to the table. Siloing or locking in these bottlenecks as the team grows and the demands on the org grow, I think is super important.
Yeah, I think I agree with
I think one of the challenges that's particular to scaling startups is there's a change in need as your team grows. You start off with, say 3 to 5 people in the technology team, and they're generally, they have to do a bit of everything. So they're doing some front end, some back end. They're also doing some cloud and some security. And I see, all the time people saying, well, I need to find, I got to grow from 5 to 10 people, and I need to go and, find 5 more of these, I'll say unusually talented resources that can do all these different things. And you really have to start looking at what are the needs of the organization. So example I use is, you've got 5 people, and let's say they all spend 20% of their time doing a headcount worth of cloud work. Well, if you add 1 cloud person, you're not only getting someone that can coordinate and manage the cloud aspect as a specialist, but then you can also release up about, create another headcount of coding capacity. So looking at the need for those kind of skill positions in the specifics to start building the foundation of the team, and sometimes hiring them a little bit ahead when the desperation always seems to be people that can produce features, but figuring out what the different roles that you can bring on that will help you release those people to be even more productive, I think is very important.
Yeah. Greg?
I agree. I think that we ran into that, right? Just as John said, we didn't have the appropriate talent that we needed, specifically when we ran into an issue. So we had to hurry up and find it. And so we had to contract it at first, but we wanted to bring that expertise in-house. And I think, scaling is difficult because especially if you're a startup and you may be in front of the money, right? Or the funding. And so you have to be prepared that, what technology are you trying to achieve, and then what talent do you have currently on the team that can deal with that. So it's definitely it's a challenge.
No, definitely. I think this is a very good example, and I get a chance to build several teams. And one of the things that I really like the quote from the Bill Gates. Several of you already quoted in the presentations today about Bill. And one of the early books about Bill quoted him saying, first-class people or second-class people are as intelligent, as good, and as productive together. The only difference between first-class people and second-class people, first-class people hire first-class people, second-class people hire third-class people. And I find this to be very valid. When I hire people, I look at it is, would I want to report to this person? Would I be interested to be part of their team? And I think that makes it a major difference. You need to find those people. Even it's very challenging in a startup with the limited budgets, etc. But it's important to have, one headcount who's very capable than two headcounts who's not that capable.
Agreed.
All right.
Agreed.
So can you share an example of how you fostered innovation within your tech team? Let me talk on that. I think one of the biggest challenges in collaboration is very important. When you have a tech team, is to make sure that they communicate with each other and they bounce ideas off each other. So I used to have a large team, multi-regional, etc. I make sure that once a month they get together and we are online or physically in the same room and open discussions. And that created a lot of innovative ideas pops up of it. Humans are great in the, computer-based, like that what we are doing now, but it's good to be once a month or a period of time, sit together around the table and discuss openly about the different things happening in the industry, in the technology. And I find that to be very, creates an environment for innovation. Anybody wants to take next?
We did similar. We had we had similar working groups, right? So we would identify specifically a project that we wanted to implement or that we wanted to start architecting. And so we would identify a working group on it and say, okay, if it wanted to be this technology or this technical process, what are all the things specifically? What are the advantages, disadvantages? What are going to be the steps to implement it? What benefit do we get from it? Or does the company get from it? And that way, does it actually become a project or does it become something, again, not to be trite on it, but the tech roadmap, right? And so we also are kind of unbridled to say what other projects outside of the current project that we're working on, future projects, would you want to work on? So it doesn't have to be something specifically that we're applying resources now, but if 3 months, 6 months, 12 months down the road, is there something that's in line with our competencies that we can go ahead and start working on, start designing? And then so when that time comes, and it will come quicker than you expect, is that we already have a plan and may have something in test or proof of concept to be able to get that out there. So you foster the ideation in the same process as you just kind of let it go and see where, what happens.
Yeah, for me, I think I've got the most innovation just from a culture of ownership. So I work, it's my job to set direction, but I try to make as few decisions as possible. And when we come to new challenges, let the team take the lead. I provide more frameworks for decision making and principles and things like that. And where I am asked to give direction more specifically by the team, or where I feel the need is, I make sure I talk about the reasons why, and get ownership of, get their buy-in and ownership of that decision, so they know how to drive it forward. And I find that the empowerment and ownership really drive people's creative thinking, and it gives them space to feel like they're valued, and you get better solutions and more innovation that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely piggyback on what John says there. I think empowering the teams to make their own decisions on tools and implementation strategies is key. And you know, a piece of that work involves trying to bring some of the other departments out of solutioning, right? Keep repeating that same mantra. What problem are we trying to solve? Get them out of, we should do it on this, you know, in this type of tech or in this stack or whatever. What problem are we solving? Then you're setting your dev team up for success, because now they are empowered to pick the right tools for the job. And as a result, better ownership, better quality, better outcome.
Yes.
I think it was like 6 months ago, and we tried something different. So we had every team make up their own name. Human resources didn't like it because, of course, it affects. And the first thing that happened, they came with just names. I remember the security office called their name Kustos, which I think it's Greek, means like the defender. We had our data lab team. They ended up calling themselves Akma, which means knowledge. And then we asked every person every couple of weeks to come in and talk like they were presenting their thesis. But the only rule was they could not talk about technology, even though it was tech related.
Yeah.
Not that they do on their job. They came in talking about how people like music, sport. It was amazing.
Nice.
I don't, to be honest, of course, it didn't bring anything, but it did refresh their heads. I think after we did it, they were more willing to open themselves to new ideas, and I think that worked. But it was fun.
Yeah, I think one of the things about a leader as a CTO is to protect the team from operational overload. Okay, and I think I see in a lot of startups is people are so worried and part of the day-to-day operation of the overall systems or solving the bugs in the product is they don't have time to be innovative and think future. So that's one thing that I recommend all the CTOs is to protect or reserve part of the time of the team. And it's not always easy, and certain periods of time you need to be, all hands on deck and making sure that, the boat floats. But you need to make sure that strategically you leave enough time for people to be innovative instead of doing day-to-day operational stuff.
Yeah,
so
we implemented a training day on our 2 week sprint cycle, and our Scrum Master was concerned about losing velocity. And I said, well, time away from problems, and we timed it in the sprint just right. But the time it gave, we actually saw productivity increase. So that's one of the things is a lot of time from a budgetary and external forces, you're being driven to be more productive. But the things you do that you'll think drive productivity actually work against you. So creating a little bit of breathing room will make people more productive than trying to tighten down the reins on them.
Definitely. So what strategies have you used to build a diverse and inclusive tech team? So diversity is very important, and it's proven that I don't think anybody's have a question if diverse and inclusive teams produce a better result. So any top of your mind strategies that have to build that?
This is a challenge that this industry faces a lot, and there are no easy answers. But I think, if we try to look at it from a fundamentals perspective, we can all do a better job at simply not hiring people that look exactly like us, exactly our background. Try to push hard on backgrounds that don't mirror ours. I think that's a great first step into building a more diverse team.
So I'll catch from Shawn's point, and I think we fail on doing it. I think we tend to force diversity, and we tend to force this, and I think that even though it brings great value, because I agree with you, Murat, I think that when you have a diverse team, it brings a lot of value. You don't have to force it; it will come if you understand what you're getting from that person. But I think we fail because, like I said, I think that I agree with Shawn. We have to do better in finding people that are not like us. It's easier to find people like us, whatever that means. And it's weird because, for example, us, we try to do it that way. We actually are home based before COVID. We are around 80 people, and they are just around like 40 cities now. If you look from our managers, 50% are women. So we have a huge diversity, but still, I think we're failing because I don't know if we're doing it for the right reasons. So yeah.
I think one of the things is leveraging those people that's not part of your team to bring diverse ideas into the team is an important part of it. One way or another, I think it's an important part. That I'm not just talking about, a male, female, or different races, different ethnicity, etc., but different communication styles. Obviously, certain roles will require stuff like all of us here. We are not shy to talk about it, but there's going to be a lot of people in the technology team who doesn't like to talk, and they do stuff and they communicate, and making sure that those are included in the overall decision making and overall diversity thought.
Yeah, I look at it from a business case standpoint. The game company Valve years ago was talking about how if your product team doesn't reflect who's going to use your product, it gets to be misaligned. So I think that's one of the challenges. And I always use the example of when Facebook first put out geolocation, it was for a dominant group of young males. And the idea that giving out location information can be a lot more dangerous for females, and there were some cases that came out that show in the fact that you had more young single men or not or early stages of family versus fathers with daughters and things like that really change your perspective. So getting diverse experiences, age and those type of things, but really thinking about who's using your product to make sure the product it can be done with those lens. And you may not be able to fill all those roles directly in your tech team as much as you want to, but you need to do it in the organization and take opportunities because there is some self-selection in careers. Yes. The other thing is that I've never been a fan of quotas or artificial limits on things, but truthfully, as we're growing our team, if in the first 10 hires I don't attract some female and other groups that may not be as typically represented in a technical shop, I will probably never be able to hire them because it is very tough being the first female, the first in the United States African American to come into a technical department. If it's if it's a majority white and Asian, it's just very, very hard. And so you want to try to lower that barrier earlier on if you can.
Yes, totally agree.
I think
go ahead, Craig.
I was going to say, I think with the way that we're structured is because we are so geographically diverse. I mean, we have somebody in South Korea, somebody in Pakistan, somebody in the West Coast of the United States, and we always know the West Coast is different from the East Coast. The majority of us are the East Coast. So I think just by geographical dispersion, there are differences specifically culturally, the way to look at things. It may not specifically, like you said, it may not be a race or a certain creed or something like that. But I think in essence, diversity gets baked into a lot of the decisions or plays a part of a lot of the decisions that we make because our workforce is so diverse and we get all sorts of input. Something that I may say may not be understood either on a technical level than somebody in Pakistan or something like that, because it's either the language translation didn't go over, there's just something specifically. So we see that diversity as something, some concepts don't carry over, but it is nice on the other side, as mentioned earlier, is that because they are in a different culture and a different location, we do get a diverse viewpoint.
That's great. Definitely. I think that's an important part of it, especially if you're building any kind of product that's going to be not in a single market, but in an international market, different cultures, different personalities. It makes sense. So what about the balance of the need for speed and innovation in technology versus security and stability of the products and technology development?
Yeah, I'm probably I'm in fintech, so I'll be careful what I say. But generally speaking, I'm the least risk averse person in any organization I work in. I ship products without password resets and things early on. So, but I think, you have to figure out some base level of security that must always be there. And, you have to look at the bigger things like base security around encryption and networking and layers and the things that create fundamentally good security practices. And then as you mature, you can look at adding in things like more active monitoring and more point solutions to beef that up. But it's really a matter of risk reward. And the truth is that when you're a broke startup making no money, you can't afford to compromise your customers' data. You're generally not a hard target, but also there's not really much to sue for. So if you can't, if you're judgment proof, as they say, you can't get a lot of money. There's not as much risk. So you kind of roll the dice sometimes in ways that don't fundamentally expose customer data, but maybe be a little less comfortable than if you were a larger organization.
Definitely. Any comments from the rest of the speakers?
Well, from our perspective, speed and innovation is always key. So we are looking at things like whenever we engage with a new vendor, we want to know what kind of support that vendor provides us. Do we have direct access to their engineers to allow us to troubleshoot problems faster? It's good to understand, what kind of user base is going to be accessing this product initially, and trade-offs can potentially be made there if it's a smaller base or it's an internal base. To the point made earlier about delegating security pieces and landing on a platform that already has security baked in is often a great way to move things fast initially. But I think perhaps the biggest one is just looking at how fast you're accruing tech debt and trying to determine if we can hold it at bay or pay it down at a reasonable rate, or if it's accruing faster than we're building.
Mm-hmm. So one thing that I find it quite interesting when John was saying it as a CTO overall characteristic of it, I find the successful CTOs knows their passions and their limits. And this during our talks, we realized that, for example, as John was saying, that he's not that great, passionate about the security and making sure that that's happening. But you make sure that you have somebody in your team who's really watching your back on that. For me, is user interface. So I'm lousy. I can really criticize and look at the user interface. But if I create user interface or user interaction, it's going to be one of the lousiest and ugliest thing you will see. But that's one of the things that I make sure that I have somebody very dependable and that I trust next to me to making sure that the user interface is a good one. Similar to John is looking for other people to make sure that the security and etc. is there to help. I think this is the overall CTO characteristic, is knowing each ourselves and our weaknesses to be able to bring it out there.
I think part of what Shawn said, I agree with Shawn. We're trying to innovate, and sometimes when you innovate, you leave a back door open, right? So you ignore, you got to innovate, you got to execute. The problem is sometimes you put security on the back burner. So what happens is, with again that speed of innovation or that speed to execution. If you don't review what you're releasing, what you're putting out there, and investigate if there are security issues, then there's no use of spending all the time and energy you did to get something out there quickly, because now you've just created the possibility of a breach, or again created that hole. So you have to be aware of that before you get it out completely. Is it secure? That's the question we ask. It's like, yes, we need to we need to create things and we need to go to the next phase and the next step, but is it secure before we put it out there?
No, definitely.
Yeah. So sadly, every time that I've tried to be fast, I've left that back door open. And every time that I've tried to close that door, well, I become slow. So something that we have been trying to do is try to build a architecture framework of security. So when we are doing our innovation, we do it inside of that. So there are like already a set of rules. Yes, we are not as innovative as we should love to be, but it helps. But yeah, I agree with the rest of the panels.
Yeah, one of the practices that I've seen in a large organizations like Facebook and Amazon that I noticed is they narrow down what they expose that feature and functionality to the audience. So instead of exposing every customer or everybody in there for a period of time, they just pick up like 10% or 1% or even smaller or 1,000 people to expose to that feature and functionality. Then after fixing all that problems, then they go into making sure that it's open to the rest of it. So that's one of the best practices I noticed in different organizations out there. Can you discuss a time when you had to make a tough decision as a CTO and how you approached it? So this tough decision could be anything from from people's perspective or technology perspective, and let's hear some examples.
So I think that you realize that nowadays my CTO or CIO perspective, it's very people orientated. Like a year ago, we had because of COVID, well, a couple of years ago, we had to let a lot of people go, and it was really hard that time. We were around 150 people, and we had to basically cut up to 190 people. So it was hard. I guess the way we approach it was actually including the other 90 people, the ones that we knew somehow that they were going to help. And we actually did something that it's not written in the book, or probably actually the book says otherwise. We actually involved people. We trust them and we ask them. And actually we realized there was a lot of grease in our teams. We realized that probably we were not meant to be 150, we were meant to be 120. That helped a lot because those first 30 people, well, it was really easy then to give them the message. But I guess the message was including people. And there's a question that will come further, and it's amazing how people tend to amaze you if you give them the right tools and the right opportunities.
Right. Labs are very important. Yeah, go ahead.
I'd say we've had to make tough decisions, not specifically personnel based, but business partners based, right? So, or business providers, where we've developed a relationship with them. It seems to be productive. We seem to be in sync, if you will, and we're working towards a common goal, and then something completely changes. Rather it's the direction they decide that they're going to move. Maybe they got a larger client, so they pulled resources off what we're working on them with. So again, whatever that diversion may be, we've had to, unfortunately end that business relationship, and it can be, costly, not only financially, but it can be costly in where you're at getting things done or working towards getting that project complete. And so that's a difficult decision it's again, not specifically your own personnel, but you're dealing with people and you've built a relationship. And unfortunately, who you thought would be somebody that would help you get across the finish line is somebody that you have to basically terminate that relationship with.
How do you deal on that kind of situation? Like, how do you balance? I'm sure that's not just the technology, but there's a lot of IP related or business related stuff happening there. So what are the key things that Greg, that you had to look into it, and that you were surprised to find out? Things like legality perspective, compliance perspective, etc.?
So yeah, so a lot of the things, again, exactly what you said, legal and compliance issues. I mean, we have to look at specifically where we're involved, where we're connected in, so sometimes it's hard to specifically make that break. It can be exhausting, because especially if I know that we've gone out to RFP, for certain things that we needed done. So you have a long process specifically of getting the RFP responses back, vetting out those partners. And then as I mentioned earlier, when that situation happens or that scenario happens, now all of a sudden, you're starting from scratch, or maybe you're going back to one of the RFP candidates that, they have to go back and say, pretty much with your tail between your legs, and say that, we want to work with you now, because a lot of times relationships can be burnt during RFPs, and it's just different reasons. Business wise, personal wise, whatever it is. If somebody doesn't win, they're really not interested in pursuing some type of, usually a business relationship with them. So that's a weird dynamic, is when you go back and say, or you get to the point where, you figure out specifically you're going to have to start from scratch and so it's stressful. You have to identify, it's like triage, right? You have to identify what you can save with the current business partner and what you can build on top of that, or can you even bring in contractors or hire direct employees to maybe pick that up and move with it. And so it can be not only financially difficult exercise, it can be stressful and exhausting, because it takes you away from that primary purpose of what you're trying to build and what you're trying to get. So
I guess that kind of stuff becomes a project, like it needs to be handled and give right timing and resources to be able to. Sometimes people just underestimate that kind of breaking a relationship, etc. How tough, and organizations have teams, especially for that large ones. But this, as a startup, is very challenging.
Yeah, and then you have legal. All right, you said contractual. Then you have legal, and so. When you bring legal into any situation, it's not short.
No. What I find as well, it's and it's very tough, especially in a startup type of setup, is to document as much as possible. I mean, I was in a tough situation like that with the great developers. We built an amazing technology. Then we realized that they've been using a lot of the open source stuff, etc. But nobody really read the licenses and what it entails. So it might be great to do your personal project with that open source code, but it doesn't mean that you can just create a commercial product with it. So things like that, it needs to be very carefully documented, who used what kind of stuff, and be able to follow up. And my only savior, if in a tough times like this, is documentation. If I can go back to documentation, and I find out that kind of I had to go through a HIPAA compliance and realize that how much documentations and details we've been missing, and things like that really helps you to realize that things that may be necessary, especially at the moment that legal gets involved, it becomes even more challenging.
Exactly.
Any other tough situations? We talked about legal and business and people.
We hit an organizational one that was quite unique from my experience, where we were in that, we were in the storms, phase of organization development. We had a couple of setbacks, and there was concern that my team wasn't delivering fast enough in the face of unknown requirements and a market that was still emerging. And the business team got together and came up with this great idea for something they swore they could sell. And the CEO came to us, who's also has a heavy technology background, with an open source platform and said, just use this, hook it up like this, and deliver it, and we'll sell it. And the first platform we looked at was open source, and it was not supported at all. We found one that was a little bit more supported, and we went with it. And the team did not, we did not agree with the direction we were going and saw lots of problems. But to help the organization, we just said, hey, they said they'll sell it if we build it. So we spent the next few months putting it together, and it launched and did not sell at all. And but from that, the organization kind of grew to show that we killed any concerns of whether we could deliver or not real product functionality. And we also gained a lot of credibility with our understanding of product and market fit as a team. So we're better off for it today, but it was a difficult time. It was on the edge of creating some morale issues with the team and things like that. But I was very open with the team about why we were doing it, and they bought into the reason. And we finally pulled out that piece of open source tech in the last major release. So, and we've grown a lot as an organization from that experience. So sometimes, despite your better instincts, you have to take one for the team and figure out how to move the organization forward, even if the technology decision doesn't make sense.
Yeah. No, yeah. I think that's a great example.
Yeah, I agree with that. The whole mentality of when push comes to shove and tempers get heated, there's going to be a moment where you are going to lose battles. But if you can professionally disagree and commit and move the business forward, the key of this whole struggle for us, because everyone in this call has a boss, is that the big challenge for us is making the complex understandable, right? There are going to be battles we win and we lose, but the ones that we face those challenges on, we have to get very good at being able to communicate. Here's the impact, right? If we make this trade-off, this is what it's going to cost in X dollars or X support hours, or we will lose these people because they will no longer be aligned with our development vision. So being very good at communicating that is key to some of these tough problems.
Sure. Yeah. One of the things that I was in a tough situation is one of the members of the team was top-notch architect. I mean, he knew exactly what the technology and business side and had great analysis, etc. But he had a certain way of doing stuff, and he insisted on that and the strategy that we are putting it together. And I told him that the owner of the product didn't agree with that, and we went all the way to the top and presented his ideas. And he was really frustrated that nobody accepted it. And I'm one of the most controversials. I'll fight all the way to the end. But at one point, if somebody in the top, all the way to the top, you reach there and people still don't agree with you, and that's the kind of speech I had to give to this person, is to say, it's just not the right place for you. You need to go and find another place where you can really do these things, because he was incredibly valuable for my team. I really didn't want to lose the person, but unfortunately, his way of doing stuff wasn't aligned with the rest of the organization, and I had to ask him to go and find something else and do it that way. And that person has been very successful, amazingly successful, and most of the things that he warned us about and etc. became true. But it's just a reality of it that you need to make the decision at one point. Are you going to leave the ship or stay and fight? And when you should be doing it. And as a CTO, it is our job to escalate all the high as possible, if you believe, and then go back and say, hey, maybe this is not the organization for you. This is not the company, and this is not the startup. You are a very valuable person, but it's like, go and find something else.
I found it, though, just recently, and we came upon an issue that, and just again, a smaller team, kind of, that game of telephone. It was here. It was an issue, but by the time it went around the whole group, it was, it was apocalypse. And so, part of my role, my responsibility, because it was a technical issue, is I had to squash the, this is not the apocalypse. This is an issue, and it's going to cause a problem. But I had to identify exactly what the problem was, how it could be resolved, what caused the problem, and what are the steps to move forward. And I had to take that information, I had to put all that together, and I had to take that to my to my leadership and the other folks involved, or basically our internal customers that would affect. And I found that was, you had to distill all that down, and once given all that information in a calm and collective manner, and this is specific, yes, this is an issue, but there is a resolution to it, is that it calmed down pretty quick. That fire went out pretty quick. But I think as part of, my role, my responsibility, or our roles, is that we have to analyze what the issue is. We have to identify what's causing it. And then 3 is we have to figure out what the solution is, either near term or long term, what's going to be the fix. And then, as a leader, bring that, to discuss that and to put that out there.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, this is a very important part of it, definitely. So, how do you stay up to date with emerging technologies and incorporate them into your tech team's strategy?
I forget who mentioned it earlier, but the great idea came up of baking in, a certain amount or certain percentage of time for the development team to focus on, giving them freedom for, innovation and let's explore some new technologies, and that should roll up right to us. Like I try as much as I can to block off certain amounts of the calendar every week to spend some time diving into, whatever the latest tech happens to be, if it's a new language or if it's, stable diffusion or whatever. It's important to kind of stay on top of that. And the only way to do it is to truly bake it into the calendar, right? Not just say you'll do it, but put dedicated time into it. And those 20% time initiatives, developers love that. Gives them a lot of freedom to really kind of flex their muscles and show up some stuff, and some great business value can often come out of it. Your teams can surprise you. So it's worth it to push that.
I fully agree. Your teams will surprise you, and the only way to do it is put some time into it. Like, if it's not on the calendar, it won't happen.
Yeah, definitely. I think the calendar is important. The other one, I think, is one way or another to document. I don't know how each team decides to do it. I mean, I used it several times. OneNote type of an environment is a living document where everybody in the team starts putting stuff, even just a link to the information, 1 sentence, 2 sentences. I'm not talking about pages of writing, but it's just to be able to, when I go and say, I'm just making up like augmented reality or quantum, and to see like who's been putting stuff in there, who's been really reading some stuff. It really helps to look at who's been looking at it and which parts we should be actually putting it into our strategy as an important technology to put it out there. So I call it living documents. Basically, it's something that we keep track of. What are the things is people looking at it, and what are the implications toward technology strategy.
Yeah,
we do a lot.
I think. Yeah, doing some sandboxing with new technology. I mean, you can read and follow posts and different things.
Yeah.
And but like when I was creating my presentation earlier, I actually fired up ChatGPT and got some feedback from it on my presentation. I was happy to learn that some of the things I was thinking of ChatGPT hadn't learned yet, so I may still have some value, but it was a good experience of just how you try to use this technology. And I find myself now as I still think of myself as this 20-year-old in college that's working part-time at IBM, but I'm now the elder tech. And I know this whenever I first hear about a technology, and I'm kind of the curmudgeon, and I dismiss it out of hand. And I make sure that I actually engage with the younger folks on my team and really let them drive some of this enthusiasm and things and not quell it, and then see where they end up based on the principles that we've agreed on. We were looking at gRPC a while ago, and my first impression of gRPC, first one was, if RPC was going to scale, it would have scaled before it had the G in front of it. And then it had elements that looked like soap. But I wanted to make sure that we weren't missing something, or I wasn't missing something. So the team went through and did a quick analysis of how they could implement it. And they came to the same conclusions, that the trade-off with where we're using REST wasn't worth it. And we started seeing some of the same problems develop that you saw with SOAP. So, but it became their decision that it didn't make sense to add it into our stack, versus me just dismissing it out of hand. And so that's the way I'm going to keep going with it is, and I especially love getting a intern, because interns are just bundles of enthusiasm and some healthy naivete. And they go forward without being jaded on things, and you can learn a lot from them and see where the limits of technology are when they bring that energy with them.
Agreed.
No, that's true. I think, Greg, you were saying something.
I was just going to say, since we have so many people spread all over the world, we use Telegram as basically our instant message. And the problem is that it's one of those things that information starts getting added, and people would post links about, either specific to the technology or a sister technology or something that would be similar to it. So we created a separate Telegram group for ideation, for ideas, for just probably very similar to your living document, because it would be hard to get these guys to go out on Teams and actually fill out a document or add to a document. Yeah. So Telegram is definitely a lot more instantaneous, and so you have that ability to create a group that's just an ideation group, and you just throw anything on there, within reason, It's been, some of these conversations, it just starts to spur innovation, and they just, like you said, like Shawn had mentioned earlier, at some point is something that's being expressed there. Is there business value to it, and should it be something that's put on, a consideration for a future project? So it, like John said, you don't want to quill it, you don't want to stop it, you just want to direct it and make sure that, is there something that might grow legs to it, and give it a channel for them to put out there. So it's been extremely helpful to us.
Yeah, I think this is one thing that I learned from the new generation, is to have to use instant messaging and be able to, quickly come to the point and put it out there instead of writing 3-page document to it. And I'm very impressed by them. And that's one thing that I encourage everybody to learn from the new generation.
Yeah. Agreed.
Anything else, Shawn? You like that?
I think it's funny that we, our old school technology terms, we were all in IRC back in the day, and then now we're all in Slack using it.
Yes, exactly.
So that's a great example of embracing the youth. That's absolutely how they want to communicate.
Yes, definitely. I mean, definitely email is not something that is happening, and it's very challenging. I mean, nobody uses email in the new generation, and that's something that we get used to it, and we kind of addicted to it at one point, and it's good to move to a new way of thinking. how about how to attract and retain top tech talent for your team? What is your strategies? And it's even in the comments, I'm looking at things like, oh, I'm looking to a CTO position. I'm I'm hiring type of stuff. So what is your strategy for not only attracting but retaining the top talent in your organization?
Well, first and foremost, for attracting tech talent, how I approach it is I want to make sure that fundamentally the engineers that apply for roles with my org have to love software. They have to love tech, just like I did when I was a developer. So you make it clear that that is your priority and you want to support that and encourage that. Means making sure that they understand they're going to get trained and support. There's mentoring built in. There's going to be systems in place for you to ensure they're successful, and that you'll be working on cool stuff, and that you're actively communicating the value that they bring. So I think this is a huge oversight that a lot of orgs make. We go into the trench with them, tell them to build stuff, but they don't even really understand why it is that they're building what they're doing. Be clear and transparent about that. This is the value you've added. Right? As a result of this deployment you just released, you've saved X amount of hours, or these people that were struggling with their jobs are no longer struggling. So all of that encompasses like the joy of software development and engineering and bringing that to the table. That is what's going to allow us to bring on and retain top talent in the future. Being absolutely transparent and flexible and working with them on establishing trust and keeping it transparent throughout.
That's very good. I mean, I read this thing quite a lot, and I totally agree. I observe more people leaves the organization because of their managers. If you have a multi-layer organization, make sure that what you are trying to do is actually reflected in your management team as well. So if you happen to be, it's not in the early stages of startups, it's not possible, but in the later stages of startup, is you need to understand if really everybody in your organization are happy what they're doing, and in an environment that they can produce their best best of themselves, best of with the happiness that they reflect at work. And that's an important part, especially for CTO organization. If they're not, as you were saying it, they're not happy what they're doing it, if they're not really passionate about technology, this is not a job for them. They might be the best techie. I mean, don't get me wrong. And I really appreciate, I would love to give them to the engineering department, and I hope they'll have an amazing career in there. But that doesn't mean they're part of the CTO organization.
I fully agree. I think that that you need to make sure that your passion and what you're trying to deliver to your people, actually you find the same kind of people. So just making a very dumb example, let's say that you don't care about passion, so that's important. Tell them that you don't care about passion. And make sure that there's a real fit. Make sure that I truly believe that if you're very honest on the talent that you're seeking, eventually you'll start finding that talent. Second piece that I fully agree, it's usually people don't tend to leave because of money. Don't take me wrong, there's people that need it and they have just to move forward, but usually it's because of something else. It's because they're not receiving the right message. And the right message is not even if it's a good or a bad message, it's the real message. I've had people that actually they feel something and they hear something else and they feel that something's wrong. So I would say that the best way to gain talent, to maintain talent, is just keep it honest. Just show people your passion. You show people what you're meant to, and you'll start building that fit, as you said, Murat. I think that's really important. You'll start building your CTO organization.
Yes.
Yeah, one of the factors that's been noted to retain tech talent along with, of course, competitive compensation, which is always a factor,
Yes.
is how often you ship code. So I've been in the IT world where you work 18 to 24 months on a project that gets canceled or ships and doesn't get used, or maybe it gets used and gets thrown away a year later. And it's the worst feeling in the world. And, one of the things that attracts people to more agile shops and startups is that, if you're shipping functionality on a monthly or quarterly basis, then what you're building really matters.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there are still some folks out there that I'm sure just like to write code for the sake of code, but most people actually want what they're building to make a difference for people,
Mm-hmm.
and they want it to be used. And if you can offer that and make sure they're part of that feedback loop and they get to hear those type of things, then you're going to see a lot more satisfaction with their jobs and what they're doing, and it gives them reason why they do what they do.
Definitely. I think it's very important, and you see people who are working in certain technologies, certain products, that they are very happy because they see the impact of that product into everyday life or some kind of a business.
I think one of the ways that you retain top talent is you allow them to expand their horizons.
Mm-hmm.
When I say that, I mean, educational. If the company can afford to, tuition reimbursement, let them continue to sharpen the saw, professional certificates, whatever that may be. Because if it's specifically applying to what your company does, or it's going to bring benefit to your company, why wouldn't you pay for that education? Why wouldn't you pay? I know a lot are afraid, well, we're going to pay for the education, they're going to get a free education and leave. I don't necessarily. I've been part of that process in the corporate world where I got a degree. When I didn't want to leave that corporation once I got my degree. I felt like I could become more valuable, specifically based on my experience and my knowledge. And I just talked to a CTO recently about almost the same question. They said that they have an open policy. They're a tech company and they have multiple divisions. If somebody's interested in fields like they have a better, they have a more aptitude for a different technology, or they're interested in a different technology, and it's within those different divisions, they're welcome to apply for that position. They're welcome to even move over that and really learn it specifically at the company if that's something that they have, again, an interest or a passion for. Because yes, you may lose that person out of one division, but you've gained a resource in the other division, like you said, that has the passion, that has the willingness to learn and wants to be productive and make something. So
that's a great example, and that's one of the things that I got really praised from working a long time in Microsoft. One of the things that I had written commitments and instructions for the next year for my team, and always included a phrase saying that every 6 months you need to go and look at job openings within Microsoft or outside Microsoft and compare to you, and at least do one informational with one of the job openings. And everybody, other managers and my peers were like, "You're going to lose people." I'm like, I prefer them to be happy than unhappy here and trying to do something. And that was something that I followed up. I said, what role did you go and did you check the things? One of the other things, as you were saying it, is growing and making sure that your skills is still relevant, okay, in the industry or in the business you are in or in the company that you are in. And last 20 years, I've been putting that for everybody is reporting to me saying that you need to go every 6 months, look at the job market, if it's a large enough company within the company or outside, to see if your skills are still relevant. If not, let's go and talk and figure out what's happening there. And I think that's HR, praise me all the time for it. And yes, did I lose some people? Yes, and they've been very happy and successful. I'm so glad I did that. And there's some new talent came into the team. to bring new perspectives. So I'm not, I was not worried about that.
Very good.
So we have a couple more minutes left, and Dmitry is going to join. What advice would you give to aspiring CTOs and tech leaders? So the people in here listening that they would like to be, some kind of a CTO or tech leader, what is your maybe let's put limit to say 3 words that say you need to have these things to be able to do it.
Be kind.
Yes.
That's my advice.
Be kind. Be passionate. I think that came up with everybody's talking, and enjoy the technology. I mean, really, really enjoy it, because otherwise, this is not a job. I mean, this is not something you can do 40 hours a week and go home and sleep. Unfortunately, this is the weekends and evenings and readings, and I don't know how everybody believes, but I mean, I've been 35 years in this industry, and I haven't stopped learning. And it's if you don't enjoy that, this is tough to be a CTO if you don't enjoy learning new stuff.
Exactly. Lifetime learner.
Okay.
And learn and relearn.
I don't want to take this quote from anyone. I know someone else said it, but if you have the choice to be kind or right, be kind.
Oh yeah, totally agree. Totally agree. And I think it's important that be kind is important, because you don't know what's that person or that situation is going to bring you, and who are you going to miss as well. And it's good to be kind and be able to implement there. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to me, one of the biggest things I've learned is to love solutions more than I love the technology.
Yes.
We're in the tech field, but using the latest technology or the best technique, if it doesn't solve the problem for the person the most effective way, the technology gets in the way. So as a CTO, you got to fall a little bit out of love with the technology and put the customer and the product first.
Yeah. Wow, this has been an interesting panel, and I learned a lot. Thank you very much for everybody participating. It's a lot of great ideas, and I hope the people who are listening as well enjoyed it. And it's going to be recorded and it's going to be shared, and there's going to be a lot of tidbits and a lot of tips and experiences that's been reflected here. Thank you very much, everybody. Greg, Edgar, Shawn, and John. And looking forward to meet you in another conference. And I would like to bring Dmitry, CTO of Glorium, to join us and finalize the summit.
Hello guys again. Well, I guess I would like to add a couple of things to the final words. I think CTO should lead through his own example. CTO cannot demand from people what he cannot perform himself. Just not fair. Be consistent. Be a little bit stubborn. Positively stubborn, obviously, not negatively stubborn. Take critics properly. Adjust. Be lean. Be balanced. Like even in this quote, if you need to select between to be kind or to be right, I think the answer is in the middle, as usually. What else? That's pretty much it. I mean, I guess you can continue, but that should be enough for the final words. And I mean, thank you again for all participants who gave us such valuable information and shared their knowledge and experience. I appreciate their time and their effort. thank you again. And Murat, thank you to you for leading this summit and helping us to connect to each other and to share our thoughts, our again knowledge experience between each other. And this final note actually was very, very good.
Thank you very much, Dmitry, and looking forward to other summits. And thank you for organizing this. This has been very valuable. It's a great learning experience for seasoned CTOs or new CTOs that's coming up in the startups and aspiring CTOs. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.